Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, The Man Called X. An early morning mist shrouds Lingayen Gulf in the Philippines as two men load a heavy chest into a ship's dory, drawn up onto the shore. Suddenly, from the nearby jungle, a voice hails them.
You! At that boat! What are you doing there?
I say, you hear?
See?
In the name of the Philippine Republic, I demand you identify yourself!
Si, amigo. We will identify ourselves like this. You fool. You've killed a government agent. What else could I do? Anything but that. You've forgotten who arrived in Manila last night? But there can be no connection between him and this. Anything is possible, you idiot. With a man called X. Believe me, Senor Thurston, the Philippine Ministry of Finance shall do everything possible to help you.
Thanks, Senor Leone. That's liable to be a pretty big order.
I know. The territory of Macau is Portuguese, 500 miles across the South China Sea near Hong Kong. We have no jurisdiction over it.
Nor has the United States, but something's got to be done to stop the international black market in gold that's operating there.
Si, senor. It is a constant threat to the efforts of your country to maintain a worldwide economic stability.
What's more important, it means starvation for a lot of the people in this world. Now, the Bureau believes that the bulk of that black market is being supplied by Philippine gold. Gold that normally would be earmarked for the United States.
Senor Thurston, we have reached the same conclusion. And something occurred this morning which may have a bearing on it.
What was that?
One of my men was killed at Lingayen Gulf. There were signs that a small boat had landed nearby. And we found this upon the sand.
Leone, that looks like a Chinese gambling chip.
It is, senor. It is a marker that came from the Lotus Blossom, a notorious gambling hall in Macau.
Uh-huh.
Our agents tell us that the Lotus Blossom is operated by a woman known as Madame Hung Shang, who has an interest in every underworld activity in Macau.
Including black markets in gold.
What would your guess be, Senor Thurston?
I'll let you know, Leone. When does the next plane leave for Hong Kong?
This is a pleasant trip to make by air. You will be in Hong Kong for some time, Senor Thurston?
I'll have to let my business decide that, Dr. D'Amico.
Are you Americano businessman, always with a nose to the grindstone? As a physician, I prescribe relaxation, the kind one can find in Macau.
Oh?
See, I have a private sanatorium there in the northern hills. Secluded, quiet, overlooking the Camoens Gardens.
That sounds restful.
And healthy. But then Macau has the healthiest climate in all Asia. You would be doing me a favor, senor, if you would visit me there. The daily steamer runs from Hong Kong. Oh,
Up to your old tricks again, Doctor?
Oh, Senorita Burton, I did not see you on the plane.
Don't let your surprise make you forget your manners, Doctor.
1,000 pardons. May I present Mr. Thurston? Mr. Thurston, the famous Senorita Frances Perkins.
How do you
Oh,
do?
how do you do? Well, you were right, Doctor. This is a pleasant trip.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. And now, Dr. D'Amico, this time your patient is going to write the prescription. It calls for you to take my seat in the rear of the plane while I talk to Mr. Thurston.
Senorita Burton.
Doctor's orders, Doctor.
Then what can I do but obey? Until we meet again, Senor Thurston. And please remember that invitation is always yours.
Thanks, Dr. D'Amico.
Adios.
All right, Miss Burton. Why?
Perhaps it's because you're the only presentable American on board.
Oh, the famous authors can write better lines than that.
Oh? You've read my books?
A couple of them. Underworld Europe, Underworld Africa. They're good. Accurate, factual.
Thanks. I tried to make them that way. That's why I'm going to Macau.
An Underworld Asia coming out?
Yes. And the reason I picked Macau for research is the same reason I wish to speak with you.
Oh?
Dr. D'Amico was not entirely correct. Macau can be the unhealthiest place in Asia, particularly for anyone who interferes with Madame Hung Chang's activities. Whether gambling, fishing, opium, or gold.
Well, why tell me this?
It's very simple, Mr. Thurston. Everything I've said about the danger of interfering with her goes double. If the man involved is the man called X.
I am very sorry, sir. The steamer to Macau is already overcrowded. There are no cabin accommodations left.
Then,
I'm very sorry, sir. Not even that will help you get a cabin.
What a dope. Turning down good American dollars like that.
Pagon.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon, what in the world ever brought you to Hong Kong?
My Uncle Ahmed. He told me about this black market in gold in Macau. So when I tried to figure where you'd be, where else?
You mean where there's gold, there's Zellschmidt.
And pretty lucky for you. Where else could you get a ticket for a cabin on that steamer? And practically for nothing.
How much, Pagon?
Believe me, it's a bargain, Mr. Thurston. Only $75,000.
Ah,
Chinese dollars. Only $50 American money. Is it a deal?
I'll give you $10 cash.
You know something, Mr. Thurston? It's a deal. Here's the cabin, Mr. Thurston.
Good. Let's see if it's... Well...
Mm-hmm. Has there not been some mistake, gentlemen? Or is it your custom to enter other people's cabins without knocking?
Well, if it's a mistake, it's the luckiest one I've made in years.
This is the cabin. Look, it's on the ticket, number 18.
Number 18. Are you sure?
Yep. And that's what it says on the door.
Then I must beg your pardon. It is I who have entered the wrong cabin. Please forgive me. I will leave at once.
Forgetting something, aren't you?
Forgetting?
Yeah. The man with his hand sticking out of those drapes over the bunk.
Oh, no. Goodbye, Mr. Thurston. I just remembered
Relax, Pagon. He can't hurt you now.
Not doing me any good. Lying there, that sticker in his throat.
It's a surgeon's scalpel. Well, miss?
All right. I will tell you the truth. My name is Maurice. I am traveling to Macau for a group of wealthy Chinese investors. Frankly, it is to purchase gold from Madame Hongshang of the Lotus Blossom.
Up to now, that makes sense. Go on.
An appointment was made for me to meet her representative in this cabin. When I entered, he was lying there, just like that. I was about to leave and you walked in. That is all I know. Well?
Serving me won't do you any good. You'll have to convince the captain of this ship.
I do not think I care to do that at the moment, Mr. Thurston. Have you any objection?
She's got a gun.
Yeah.
I believe my point is clear. I have no wish to inform the captain of this affair.
Too bad. You're a little late. Come in, Miss Burton, and bring the captain with you.
Thanks for the invitation. Looks like a cozy party. Come on, Captain. You know, I reserved this cabin for the trip, and I just as soon not share it with a corpse. Can you do something about that?
Indeed I can.
Senorita, you are pleased to hand over that gun at once and consider yourself under arrest.
Very well, Captain. Here it is.
That's being sensible, Maurice.
Unfortunately, you have not been the same, Mr. Thurston.
Oh?
There are 2 flowers, both with white blossoms that bloom in the wild places of the world. A sensible man would have chosen the sweetness of the lotus blossom rather than the poison of the deadly nightshade.
This is the Playa Grande, Ken. Macau's main promenade. Your hotel, the Ascension, is at the end of it.
You seem to know this town. Been here before?
No, but I have friends who've told me about it.
The same friends who told you about the man called X?
Ken, I met some strange people while writing my book about Europe's underworld. A few of them had information about things like that. For a price.
One of Pagon's relatives, no doubt. Or was it someone like Madame Hung Shang?
You draw a blank there, Ken. I've never met anyone who's even seen her. Dr. D'Amico has made arrangements for us to meet. That's why her cabin was reserved for me on the steamer.
D'Amico gets around, doesn't he?
What do you mean?
Wasn't his medical bag with your luggage in the cabin?
That's right. He had no cabin and thought it would be safer in mine. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Unless a scalpel belonging in that bag has been misplaced in somebody's throat.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Back to the hotel so soon?
All right, Pagon. Stop trying to steam open that radiogram and give it to me.
Mr. Thurston, I was just making some tea and sort of fanning the steam away. Could I help it if it loosened the envelope? Bad news, eh, Mr. Thurston?
That depends on how you look at it. It's from Signor Leone. His answer to the one I sent on the steamer giving a description of the dead man.
That was silly. Why should Signor Leone know anything about him?
I don't know. Except that the message says, description that of Joseph Natalia, Philippine Treasury agent.
Dead man, Filipino agent. Mr. Thurston, what's this all about, anyway? What are you doing here?
That's top secret, Pagon.
Oh?
Some people will pay a small fortune to find that out.
Huh. They would?
Sure. Especially Madame Hung Shang. Or even Dr. D'Amico.
Mr. Thurston, now that I'm working for you again, don't you think I should know all about this?
I don't know. There's no telling what some people might do if they found out I was here about the sale of gold.
Gold?
Yeah. Philippine gold. To be offered to the black market.
Don't you worry, Mr. Thurston. I'll keep clammed up like an oyster. Well, I better be leaving. See you later, Mr. Thurston.
Okay, Pedro. Okay. Oh, what's the difference, Chief?
No, sir, Ken, it's your own darn fault. As long as you keep him in pocket money, Pagon will continue to hound you. You know I don't trust him. Why, for a few bucks, he'd double-cross his own grandmother. To say nothing of you.
Chief, that's just what I'm hoping for, right now.
Okay, I give up. Now, is there anything else I can do for you?
No, just check the files in that list of people. D'Amico, Maurice, Francis Burton, and Madame Hung Shang.
Got it.
Particularly the Madame. Nobody seems to know who she is, and... Wait a minute, Chief. Something wrong here. Someone just...
Ken! Hey, what's going on there? What's happened? Can you hear me, Ken? Ken?
Hello?
Huh?
You are a colleague of Mr. Thurston?
Yes. What's happened there? Who are you?
My name is Maurice.
Maurice?
Yes. I just wish to tell you that you do not have to bother checking up on me.
What?
I can give you the information in one sentence.
Never mind that. What's happened to Ken Thurston?
That is the sentence. At the moment, he is very well taken care of by Madame Hong Shang.
continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken Thurston is in Macau, attempting to halt the illegal flow of Philippine gold into the black market. Gold originally earmarked for the United States. While reporting to the chief, his phone conversation is interrupted by gunshots, and the beautiful Maurice informs the chief that Ken is in the hands of the infamous Madame Hung Shang. Now, sometime later, Ken has regained consciousness in a sumptuously appointed Oriental apartment.
You are feeling better now, Mr. Thurston.
I guess I'll do. What gives, Maurice?
You are in my private quarters at the Lotus Blossom.
So you're Madame Hung Shang.
That is right. Are you surprised?
Not particularly. What went on back in my hotel room?
Assassins were attacking you, Mr. Thurston. My men arrived in time to dispose of them. However, they were afraid you might shoot at them by mistake during the confusion, so they rendered you unconscious.
Cautious little creatures, aren't they? What were they doing there anyway?
The captain of the steamer released me at once, of course. They accompanied me to your hotel. I was most anxious to discuss certain business with you.
Concerning murder?
Concerning gold.
Oh?
Particularly a certain shipment from the Philippines due to arrive in the morning. I wish you to secure it for me.
What makes you think I'm tied up with anything like that?
For money, one can secure almost any kind of information in Macau.
Uh-huh.
If you deliver the gold to me, you will be entirely safe here.
If not? I see. How much time have I?
Until dawn tomorrow.
Generous, aren't you?
Your answer, Mr. Thurston?
I'll let you know, Maurice, at dawn.
Have no fear, Mr. Thurston. I'm right at home handling the reins with a Duncan in their harness. Why you?
Pagan, how much did Madame Hung Shang give you to spill about me?
Mr. Thurston, how could you possibly accuse me of such a thing?
How much?
I swear by the father of my father,
Pagan?
Mr. Thurston, a measly $100. But I didn't really tell her nothing.
I'll bet.
Well, here we are, Mr. Thurston. Some joint, eh?
Yeah, Dr. D'Amico does all right for himself.
Hey, how come if Macau is such a healthy territory, there's enough sick people for him to support a place like that?
That's what I'm going to find out inside. If you've done your job.
Job? What job?
Setting me out to Dr. D'Amico, too.
I am very pleased, Senor Thurston, at your quick acceptance of my invitation.
I figured a little visit here might be helpful, Dr. D'Amico.
A very wise decision, my friend. We can be quite comfortable here on the patio. Please, be seated.
Thanks.
And now, Senor Thurston, let us get down to business.
That makes sense. What's on your mind?
Philippine gold.
Well, you've got a lot of company.
Perhaps, but not competition.
What makes you think so?
I have a customer with a great deal of money. He spends it foolishly. So foolishly, he is willing to pay $51 an ounce for that gold.
Quite a difference between that and the legal world ceiling of 35. Why does he do it?
You know as well as I, senor, that gold is the only thing of value in the world today.
I can think of a few others. Peace. The welfare of the peoples of the world.
It is no time for abstract philosophies. Now, it has come to my attention that you have a certain interest in these Philippine gold.
In a way, yeah.
And naturally, you wish to sell it to us.
Oh, I'm afraid not.
And why not?
Price doesn't appeal to me.
Then what price would appeal to you?
Maybe those abstract philosophies. Well, goodbye, Dr. D'Amico.
You are intending to leave now?
Mm-hmm. Any objections?
I regret to say I have. Sebastian.
Si, senor.
What the...
You see, senor, you will have to make up your mind here. And for your own sake, I would advise you to hurry, Mr. Thurston.
Right there.
Oh, what are you trying to do?
Well.
What are you doing?
Okay, don't scream and I'll take my hand away from your mouth.
Oh, you almost frightened the life out of me.
Sorry, Francis, I wasn't expecting you.
So I found out.
How'd you know I was here?
That strange creature who's been tagging around after you.
Oh, Pagon.
He was spying on you and saw them carry you into that pagoda. He figured the information was worth something to me. And he was right.
I could ask why.
Don't. Not now. I've got to get away from here first. Come on, Ken. Well, the front way's no good. D'Amico's having a party. It was as one of his guests that I managed to sneak out here. Oh. Now, let's see.
What borders this place on the back?
Gardens of Commons. An army could hide in that wilderness.
Well, then we can.
Yes. Come on.
Hola! Who is there in the garden?
Ken.
I heard him.
Answer and shoot!
You know, I think he means that.
And here, use this.
Well, thanks. Looks like I'll have to. Now, let's get out of here before D'Amico really gets mad. Okay, Francis. They've gone back into the house. You can talk now.
Talk, Ken.
Yeah. You were going to explain your rescue act, remember?
Simple. When Pagan told me what had happened to you, I realized that you were right. D'Amico was dangerous, possibly a killer. And you were really my friend.
You change friends fast, don't you?
No woman's perfect. Even I can be fooled.
You do all right.
Do I, Ken?
Any reason to think otherwise?
I don't know. Ken, it's funny. Usually I've had command of situations like this. Now, shoes on the other foot.
You don't like it?
No. But it might be worthwhile. With a little encouragement.
I expected a woman like you to take, not ask.
Sometimes a woman like me might even beg.
Now, chew, Francis. The pattern's too deep.
What is it, Ken?
Those bells. You know what they are?
Yes. Temple bells in the Chinese Quarter. They peal that way when the fishing fleet is due in the next morning.
Mm-hmm. Which reminds me that I've still got some fishing to do tonight.
Have you, Ken? What do you hope to catch?
Not sure yet. I'll get something.
If you're that certain, you must have a surefire bait.
I have. $51 an ounce.
Mr. Thurston, this is ridiculous. How does anybody fish from a flying boat? And at 5 a.m. in the morning?
Relax, Pagan. Just keep your eyes peeled for a fishing boat.
Fishing boat? But we already passed a whole flock of fishing boats.
Yeah, they're due to dock at Macau at dawn. Wait a minute.
Huh?
What do you see below there?
Just another boat. Falling behind the fleet a little.
Or trying to catch up. Hang on to your hat, Pagan. We're going down to find out which. Ahoy there, fishing boat.
Nothing wrong.
Pull over and throw us a line. I'll explain on board.
Did you have to land on the windy side of the fish boat? Mr. Thurston, already it doesn't smell so good in here.
It'll be worse when we get aboard, Pagan.
But why do we have to visit such a dirty thing anyway? Mr. Thurston, that boat, it's getting pretty close. Isn't it time it slowed down?
Not if they intend to ram us.
Ram us? Mr. Thurston!
Overboard, Pagan. Jump.
Welcome aboard.
Francis Burton.
Cook, you weren't really expecting to see anyone else, were you?
No.
Well, I must admit your man Welschmidt was surprised.
Surprised? You run us down. You pick us up. I don't get it.
It's simple, Pagon. Miss Burton is the fish we were after.
Huh?
She had a pretty smart scheme for getting gold from the Philippines to Macau, using a fishing boat and timing the trip so it could put in with the fleet, getting the gold ashore undetected.
It's a good scheme, Ken. How did you puzzle it out?
I wasn't too tough. After I let Pagon pave the way by giving him information to sell, as a result, Maurice and TimeCodes thought I was the agent for the Philippine gold and tipped me off that it was expected this morning. And you helped by knowing that the fishing fleet was due to dock at dawn.
But that doesn't make sense, Mr. X. She was the one who rescued you from Dr. D'Amico.
Sure. By that time, she disclosed who she was and was afraid D'Amico might tip me off. So she had to get me away from him. But you aren't getting away, Francis.
You forget yourself, darling. You may have escaped from my men in your hotel room, but there's no escape for you from here.
You better check with Sino Leone about that, Francis.
Sino Leone?
Yeah. Of the Philippine Ministry of Finance. It's now about 5:29. He was supposed to make contact with us at 5:30. Say within the next minute or two, we should know whether...
Mr. Fish, somebody's shooting at us.
That was only a warning shot across the bows, fired by a Philippine gunboat with Sino Leone aboard. Looks like you won't dock at Macau after all, Francis.
So, Ken. Very well, but you'll never dock anywhere again.
Let me have that gun.
I'll kill you. You hear? I'll kill you.
Now, let's have it.
We did it. We got the gun.
Here. You can come out from behind that table now, Pagan. Too bad I had to be rough, Francis.
Oh,
But your kind can't be handled any other way. To you, gold's an end in itself. Something to fatten a few purses instead of nourishing the bodies of starving people. D'Amico said peace and the welfare of mankind are only abstract principles. If you think so, just ask the people. They'll tell you. And how they'll tell you.
Now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, Mr. X goes to the timber country of the Great Northwest, where the least of the dangers he encounters is a two-headed axe swung by Leon Velasco in the person of Pagon Welschmidt. I think you'll find it a real thriller. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Subscribe for more videos.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, as all who read know, gold shipments from one nation to another are not unusual. Gold is moved for many reasons. In the regular course of trade, to transfer large supplies out of nations that fear aggressors, and sometimes to pay for the purchase of munitions and supplies. Recently, such a large shipment was made, and the spies of one nation seized the opportunity to further weaken the strength of the country to which it belonged. My old friend John Holbrook will introduce the story.
Thank you, K7. The diplomats of a nation that feared its neighbor decided to move their gold supply to another country for two reasons. First, they wanted to assure its safety. They also wanted it available for the purchase of defense supplies. Spies quickly picked up the information and planned a coup. What they didn't learn was that Special Agent Z had been brought in to safeguard the shipment. Our story opens as two men plot in a small continental hotel room.
This will be our final blow. It will cripple their country. You know of their plans?
Only that they are going to ship $100 million in gold.
The gold is already being loaded. The ship sails tomorrow night. You, Bellholm, are to sail with it.
What is their plan?
You and another who will come in today are to stow away. When the ship reaches mid-ocean, you will set it afire.
A fire? You mean to send it to the bottom?
Yes, and with it will go down an entire nation's gold supply. It will cripple them. Our army need only march in.
But, Silver, what will happen to me if the ship goes down?
It will be easy for you to get into a lifeboat in the excitement. They will think you are a passenger.
But it is dangerous. If the lifeboat shouldn't be picked up.
You are under orders, Bellholm. Do you understand that?
I don't want to die.
Don't be a fool. After your work is finished, you will get into one of the lifeboats. Some passengers will be missing. You will not be recognized, and you will be picked up within an hour. Here, we have supplied you with a passport. Take it.
I don't like it, Silver.
You will do as you are told. Now listen to me. We also have a steward on the ship. You will go aboard and ask for the man whose name is on this paper. He will hide you and the other who is coming. Do you understand?
Yes.
You will be supplied with 6 incendiary bombs. The steward will help you place them on the second night out. He will also bring you your meals.
This other one who is to be with me, who is he?
He comes from headquarters and will report to you here. Now, Bellholm, I'm going to leave you. If you are successful, you will be well rewarded. If you fail...
I will not fail.
The ship must go to the bottom. It is vital to the welfare of our country. I leave you now. You will not see me again.
As the spy, Silva, left the hotel room, two who had sat in silence in the room next to the one in which he talked removed earphones from their heads.
Did you hear everything, Pat?
Z, I can't believe those men were actually plotting to send a great passenger liner to the bottom of the ocean. Why, hundreds might lose their lives.
Pat, now listen to me. I've got to stay here. When Bellholm goes out of his room, I'll have to get our dictaphone out before it's discovered.
What do you want me to do, Z?
Get packed and go aboard ship. Your reservations are made. Introduce yourself to the captain and carry on until you hear from me.
What are you going to do?
First, arrange for Silver to be arrested by K7 after the ship sails. The rest of my plans are uncertain. You may not hear from me until after you're out at sea. That's all, Pat.
All right.
Now I want you to get out of this hotel without being seen and get aboard ship.
Early the next morning, a great ship prepared to sail. As the gangplanks were lowered, Patricia Norwood stood at the bridge rail talking with the captain.
Captain, have you heard from Z?
No, Miss Norwood. I don't understand it.
I was told last night the Special Agent Z would come to me before I sailed. And he's not here.
Something might have happened to him. Although his last words before I left him yesterday afternoon were that he might not get in touch with me until after I was at sea.
My message of last night came from the Intelligence Bureau. They said that he'd be here. We should have sailed 10 minutes ago. I can't wait any longer.
Perhaps another 5 minutes.
It's impossible, Miss Norwood. We must sail now. You may remain here on the bridge if you wish. I must leave you until we're underway. The great ship made its way slowly down the harbor and faded from sight in the morning mist. Pat watched from the rail, hoping that Z would overtake them and come alongside in a cutter. However, he failed to appear. Pat was desperate. That night, she arranged with the captain to have the ship carefully searched. She awaited the results of the search in his cabin. Well, we should hear in a minute or two. The search has been going on for an hour.
If they find anyone, will they bring them here?
Yes. Come in. Yes, Stewart, what is it?
The search has been completed, sir. The first officer asked that I report that we found no one.
Thank you. That's all. There's your answer, Miss Norwood. There are no stowaways aboard. The ship speeded into the night. The captain at last convinced that there was no danger. He might have lost some of his confidence if he could have followed his steward to a supposedly deserted crew stateroom far below decks.
It's all right, Belholm. The search is over. I'll come to you again tomorrow night.
We'll be waiting for you.
Another 24 hours passed. Patricia Norwood paced back and forth in her cabin. One sentence rang through her brain over and over again.
6 incendiary bombs. Placed them the second night out.
Why doesn't something happen? Why don't I get a wireless message from Z? Something must be wrong.
The ship grew quiet as it approached midnight. Passengers went to their staterooms and prepared for sleep. But far below decks, 2 men prepared to act.
Midnight. Stewart should be here to let us out in a minute. What are you doing with those bombs?
Looking them over.
Well, I've told you how they work. Close the cases. We won't open them again.
They're all right.
You understand what you are to do. Take 3 and go forward. When they are placed, you will meet the steward near his lifeboat, number 6. I'll join you there.
Right.
He should arrive soon. Oh, he's here. Pick up your 3 bombs. I've got mine.
Are you ready, Belholm?
Yes.
How long after they are set before they explode?
5 minutes. It will give us time to get on deck. All right, get started.
This way into the hold. I'll meet you at number 6 lifeboat.
The steward went to the deck. Belholm went deep into the stern hold. The 3rd man started forward, then circled back toward the engine room until he located one of the ship's telephones. He picked up the receiver.
Cabin 5, A deck. Yes, hurry. Hello, Pat. Get the captain. Go to number 6 lifeboat. Hurry, this is Z.
A minute or two later, Belholm rushed on deck and joined the steward near number 6 lifeboat.
Is that you, Belholm?
Yes.
Where's the other one?
He should be here any minute. He's had time to place the bombs.
As soon as the fire sirens sound, we'll get number 6 lifeboat ready to launch. The ship will come to a stop.
Yes. One of the bombs is under the turbines.
We won't wait for the captain's order to launch the boats. Yeah, here's someone.
Put up your hands, both of you.
There's someone with her.
Hey, the captain.
You're both under arrest. Keep your hands over your heads.
Here's a third man. Put up your hands. I've got you covered. You won't need your pistol, Captain.
Z. Captain, this is Special Agent Z.
You, a special agent?
Yes, Bellholm. I arrested the man who was supposed to work with you when he came to your hotel to meet you. I also took his credentials.
Z, you've been posing as a spy.
That's right, Pat. I came aboard with Bellholm as his assistant. This steward hid us in the crew's quarters. I didn't get a chance to get in touch with you, Captain, or with you either, Pat.
And we thought you'd missed the ship.
But Agent Z, why didn't we find you when we searched the ship? Your steward can answer that. He led the search in the crew's quarters. And now let's put these men in irons.
Z, what about the bombs?
I fixed them so they won't explode. We'll get them in a minute. Captain, let's take care of your stowaway and steward. I'll feel better when I see them in irons.
Thus ended a plot that might have caused the sinking of a great ship with the loss of many hundreds of lives. It might also have spelled the financial doom of a nation had the gold shipment gone to the bottom of the ocean. When the ship landed, a simple paragraph appeared in one of two newspapers. It read, "The gold ship arrived on schedule this morning despite fog. One stowaway was discovered at sea. The trip was uneventful." Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Wheaties Big Parade. The makers of America's favorite whole wheat flakes, Wheaties Breakfast of Champions, invite you to Wheaties Big Parade, a thrilling procession of radio's greatest summer entertainment programs. Yours for the listening on NBC.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Morning, Commissioner. Well, what uncivilized neck of the woods are you sending me to this time?
Paris, Steve.
Paris? Hey, I like that for a change. I could use a weekend in Paris.
Forget it. This is no vacation. Steve, 3 days from now, a secret meeting on atomic inspections will be held in Paris. Each country is sending a representative with a report of his country's industrial potential. Lists of factories capable of atomic production.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Go over there and count A-bombs?
One of the Balkan countries sent a courier named Szabo to bring their report to Paris. Our legation was asked to keep it in a safe place. And an American named Blake was sent to meet Szabo.
Did Szabo arrive in Paris?
Yes, he was seen getting off the plane carrying the officially sealed briefcase. He disappeared right after that, and Blake was killed.
Sounds like somebody was real eager to get their hands on that report. Must be hot.
That's the mystifying part, Steve. The Balkan country says there was nothing sensational about it.
Well, maybe there's something in it that's hotter than they realize.
It's a possibility, but the point is the disappearance of that report has stirred up enough suspicion to sabotage that meeting 3 days from now. That's why you've got to get over there, find Szabo and the briefcase, and turn the briefcase over to our representative who's waiting at the legation so he can take it to that meeting. You've got just 3 days to do it in. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
Wheaties are America's favorite whole wheat flakes, and there's every good reason why they should be. They're made from wheat, of course, 100% whole wheat, so you can be sure that every single Wheaties flake in the orange and blue box you buy from your grocer contains all the good things you've come to expect from whole wheat. Vitamins, minerals, iron, and just plain whole wheat goodness. You can always be sure you'll never get shortchanged on nourishment when you look for it in a bowl of Wheaties. Of course, the beautiful thing about good, nourishing Wheaties is that they taste just wonderful, too. For breakfast or any old time at all, you can enjoy Wheaties plain with milk or a little cream or with your favorite fruit. In fact, Wheaties taste so good, some people just nibble them right out of the box. So if you have any use for a breakfast cereal that's wonderfully, wonderfully good to eat and good for you besides, by all means ask your grocer for Wheaties, America's favorite whole wheat flakes.
And now, here is Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, that's what I like about my job. I've always got so much time to do things in. 3 whole days, and all I had to do was fly a few thousand miles to Paris, solve Blake's murder, find a gent named Szabo in a city of just a few million, then turn his briefcase over to our representative to that secret meeting. A real cinch. Well, Wednesday afternoon I get to Paris. An hour later, I'm sitting in the office of Inspector Brevant of the French Sûreté.
Ah, Monsieur Mitchell, a very mystifying case. We have been unable to find any trace of Szabo's whereabouts.
You've got no leads at all?
We have but one lead, Mitchell. She's in our way here now.
She? Who is she?
A girl named Sari Tedescu. Ah, Mademoiselle Tedescu, please, have a seat.
Thank you. I do not understand why you have brought me here, Inspector.
I wish to ask you about a man named Szabo.
Szabo?
Mm-hmm.
But I do not know any Szabo.
You were on the same plane from the Balkans. You were observed to be quite friendly with him during the flight.
I've talked to several of the passengers, but I did not know their names.
I see. And you are quite certain you do not know this Szabo?
I have just told you I did not. Please, Inspector, I do not see why you have...
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle, pardonnez-moi. That is all. You may go.
Very well, Inspector.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Good day.
Well, looks like you got a big hunk of nothing out of that, Brevant.
She is lying, Mitchell.
Hmm?
When we searched Blake's apartment after the murder, we found this snapshot of Blake, Szabo, and Sari Tedescu.
Oh. You know, I think I'll tag along after Sari, Inspector. I'll check with you later. I hurry outside and spot Sari on the sidewalk ahead of me. After about 15 minutes of fast walking, she ducks into a bar, La Petite Chienne. I wait a minute or two, and then I go inside, but Sari is nowhere in sight.
Oui, monsieur.
What will it be? Look, a girl just came in here a minute ago, bartender. What happened to her?
A girl? But many girls come in here, monsieur. Would you perhaps like me to introduce you to...
This one had long, dark hair. Her name is Sari Todescu, and I know she came in here.
But, as you see, monsieur, there is no one answering that description here.
That's the point. Where is she?
But how would I know? I do not remember seeing this girl come in at all.
I see. Well, thanks a lot, Mac.
Monsieur?
What?
Monsieur, I am Anton. Perhaps you would like me to play a little tune just for you on my concertina.
No, thanks.
It would be pleasure.
Look, some other time.
You don't understand, monsieur. I specialize in playing tunes that people like to hear.
Oh? So, what tune do you think I'd like to hear?
I overheard you asking about a girl named Sari.
What do you know about her?
A man in my position has ears and eyes open all the time in places such as this.
Well, skip the hocus-pocus and let's have it.
But, monsieur, I make my living playing tunes people wish to hear.
I get it. Okay, here's $10.
$10 American?
$10 American. Does that buy me the tune?
But, of course. Please to tuck the bill in my pocket.
Huh? Okay. Now, let's have it.
This girl, Sari, was in here.
Oh, great. Look, that I already know. Give me back my $10.
But wait. I can't talk anymore now. I am supposed to be playing for customers. Meet me 10 minutes past midnight, nearest metro station.
Metro? What's that?
Metropolitan, the underground electric railway. I will be waiting for you on the ramp.
Okay, Anton. I'll see you then, and your tune better be good. I keep checking Sari's hotel all evening, but she's not in. It's a few minutes after midnight when I get to the subway station. I go down a long flight of metal stairs. I can hear a train approaching, but the ramp is dark and deserted, except for a little guy at one end. It's Anton. He starts towards me, and then, as we're getting close to each other, a hand suddenly shoots out of the darkness and grabs one of my ankles. I lose my balance. The train is almost on top of me. I start falling onto the tracks right in front of it. Brother, that was close.
Are you all right?
I sure wouldn't have been if you hadn't grabbed me, Anton.
The man who tripped you. There he goes up the stairs.
Yeah, come on. I'm going to get him.
Watch out, he has gun.
Get down. You okay, Anton?
Yes, but, monsieur, if you are in trouble, perhaps we better forget our arrangements.
Nothing doing. Now, look, what's this stuff you were going to tell me about Sari Todescu?
Well, it was just that I have seen her in bar, always talking to same men. I heard Sari tell him that it was going to happen at 22 Rue Victoire Massé.
What was going to happen?
I don't know. That is all I heard.
22 Victor Massé? Okay. How do I get there? Wait, you better take me.
You paid me only for information. I'm a very busy man.
Okay, here's 10 more bucks for you if you take me there.
Oh? You mean $10?
Yeah, $10 American.
That is slightly different matter. Come on. Here we are, 22 Rue Victoire Massé. Monsieur Mitchell, door is unlocked.
Yeah. See if you can find the light switch, Anton.
Yes. He's here. Monsieur, look. Sitting in chair.
Yeah. Well, he'll never get up out of that chair. That's a cinch. He's been strangled.
When somebody mentions the grand old game, you can be sure it's baseball he has in mind. And if he should talk about the breakfast of champions, well, that would be Wheaties with milk or a little cream and his favorite fruit on top. Actually, the two expressions have a lot more in common than you might suppose, because through the years, Wheaties and baseball have kept pretty close company. You see, the fact that Wheaties are 100% whole wheat flakes means they have a lot of nourishment to offer. And if there's anything an active major league ball player needs, it's nourishment and plenty of it. Of course, like anyone else, champions like to get that nourishment in a food that's good tasting, too. Well, Wheaties just naturally are both good tasting and good for you. So you can understand the enthusiasm shown by Stan Musial, slugging outfielder of the St. Louis Cardinals. Stan says, "You can certainly put me down as a Wheaties man. They're swell for flavor, and at the same time, They hand out valuable nourishment. Well, if you're anything like I am, I'm sure you run into days when you burn up as much energy as you might if you went 9 innings with the Cardinals. And on days like that, the nourishment you get from crisp, tender, delicious Wheaties in the morning can certainly help a lot. What Wheaties can do for a baseball champion, they can certainly do for you. Try 'em. Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Now, General Mills, makers of Wheaties, presents the second act of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
He has been strangled? Goodbye.
Come back here, Anton.
Monsieur, I told you I did not want to get mixed up in anything.
Save it, will you?
But who is this man?
How should I know? Maybe there's something in his pockets that'll give us a... Yeah. Here's his identification card. Zabel.
This is man you have been looking for?
Yeah. But I found him too late. The killer probably has the briefcase by now.
Briefcase? What briefcase?
Oh, skip it. I wonder if there's anything else in his pockets that might help.
Here. I will raise him up and you can search his back pockets. It's quite heavy.
Yeah. Hey, watch out.
I can't hold him.
Oh, great. Now, look, pick him up and... Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Look, sticking out from under the seat cushion and back. It looks like a piece of leather. Here, let me get this cushion up. Well, what do you know? The briefcase.
But I don't understand. If this man Zabel was killed because of briefcase, why did not killer take it with?
Zabel must have been sitting right here in this chair when the killer walked in. He wouldn't tell where the briefcase was, so he got strangled, still sitting in the chair. Well, no wonder the killer couldn't find it if Zabel was roosting on it.
You know, monsieur, this must be a very valuable briefcase. Why we do not open and see what is in?
Look, get your hands off it.
But I was just curious.
Save your curiosity. You see those government seals on the flap of it? They're still unbroken, and that's just the way they're going to stay. Your part of the job is finished, Anton. You can shove off. Anton shrugs and leaves, and I call Inspector Brevant and tell him I found Sabo's body. Then, the next morning, I go to the American legation and look up our representative to the secret meeting, a guy named Robertson. And when Robertson spots the briefcase under my arm, his face lights up like a neon sign.
Mitchell, you've certainly done us a tremendous service finding this briefcase.
Well, I guess it's a good thing I didn't take any longer. That meeting is today, isn't it?
Tonight at 10 o'clock.
Excuse me, Mr. Robertson.
Yes, Miss Miller.
They just delivered your train ticket.
Good, thank you. Yes, Mitchell, this briefcase will help our cause tremendously. Its disappearance stirred up so much suspicion that the very purpose of the meeting was in jeopardy. But now, when I deliver this briefcase to the Balkan representative tonight at 10 with the seal still unbroken, I think it'll clear the atmosphere quite a bit.
Where's the meeting going to be?
Sorry, Mitchell, I'm afraid I can't tell you that. You see, we've had indications that someone is out to sabotage the meeting, so we're taking no chances. We've changed the location twice, and now only the 5 representatives know what that location is.
Well, that's probably the smart way to handle it. Anyway, doesn't matter to me where the meeting is. You've got the briefcase, and my job is finished.
Well, thanks again, Mitchell, and goodbye. I must leave at once for the meeting.
It's good to have my assignment completed. I'm patting myself on the back, telling myself how easy it's been when the easy feelings becomes a little uneasy. Somehow, it's been too easy. Call it a hunch or what have you. I begin to wonder if maybe I've been played for a sucker. I try to duck the thought, but the feeling sticks. I've got a few hours before the plane time, so I decide to do a little more checking. I remember the bartender at La Petite Chienne, the guy who lied to me about Sari not being in there. Bar's pretty deserted when I get there. Anton is over in one corner playing sweet music for the benefit of a young couple at a table. He gives me a big wink and a grin, but I head for the bartender. I tell him I've got a message for him from Sari Tedescu. He blinks a couple of times, but finally takes me to a back room.
Now, where is this message?
Where's Sari?
What? But you said you brought a message from her.
You heard me. Where's Sari?
This is a trick.
Yeah, and it's going to work. Open up. Tell me where she is.
I will not take
the knife, huh? That's better.
Let go of me.
Here. Try this wall for size.
I will call for help.
I doubt it. I don't think you want anyone to know you're a friend of Sari. Now, look, you're going to keep bouncing off that wall until you tell me.
I will not tell.
This could go on all night.
Stop. Stop it.
Okay. Where is she?
Room 24, Auberge Hotel.
Thanks. You better get that wall fixed, Buster. Looks like we started a few cracks in the plaster. Larry,
Who is it?
a friend of yours.
What do you want?
I've got a message for you from the bartender at La Petite Chienne.
Oh.
Hello, Sari.
You are the one at the police station yesterday. You get your foot out of the door.
I'm coming in.
You get out of here. I will call the police.
Are you kidding?
What do you want?
A lot of answers. But mainly they boil down to this. Why did you kill Blake and Zabo?
The boy is dead.
You ought to know, sister.
Oh, Zebo. Poor Zebo, he was trying to help me.
Help you? Look, you better start talking. We know you were on the same plane as Zabo, but yesterday at the police station you denied knowing him. Why?
Zebo was trying to get me out of the country illegally. He got me a forged passport, and he brought me to Paris with him.
Wait a minute. You're not hooked up in this briefcase deal at all?
Oh, no. When the plane landed, a little man met Zebo. He said he had come for the briefcase. The two of them went away together. But when Zebo did not return to the hotel, I became worried. And then when the police brought me in, I thought they had found out about my forged passport. So I denied knowing Zebo. I did not want to get him into any trouble.
And you've been in hiding ever since, huh?
Yes.
Well, look. How does that bartender at La Petite Chienne tie in?
Zebo had told me to go there if there was any trouble.
Oh.
That the bartender would tell me of a place where I could wait safely for the next stage of my journey. I guess that bar is a contact point for those with forged passports.
And the bartender sent you here. I still don't see why you ducked out of that bar, though, in such a hurry.
Because as I was talking to the bartender, I suddenly saw the little man who had met Zebo at the place.
What? This guy was in the bar?
Yes, he was.
You expecting anyone?
No.
Okay, I'm going to get over here behind the door.
Oh.
Now, go ahead and open it.
All right.
So we meet again, mademoiselle. No. Do not try to slam door in my face. That's rude. Thank you. I have been trying unsuccessfully to locate you ever since you saw me leave airport with Zabo. But a man named Mitchell helped me. He softened up a bartender to a point where I could find out your address. Don't you think this gun earns me invitation to come in?
Yeah, come on in, Anton. Yeah, you pull that trigger now, you'll blow your own foot off. Get that hand off my throat. Drop the gun or I'll break your arm.
Very well, I drop it. I do not need gun. Concertina player develops strong hands, strong enough to strangle you.
Yeah, just like you did Zabo, huh? But I don't think concertina players know much about judo. Take a ride, Anton.
His gun is right at your feet.
Yeah, I've got it.
Watch out! He has a chair!
Now we see who gets gun.
Isn't that easy, Anton?
I knocked him off balance.
Yeah, here's another.
Oh, the window! He cannot stop himself! There he is, in the middle of the courtyard.
Yeah, I see him.
You still have not won, Mitchell. You have lost.
Look, Anton, you wanted me to find Zabo's body. You led me right to it. You even lifted him up so I'd be sure to spot the briefcase.
Of course. When briefcase is opened at secret meeting will be over.
I'm the prize chump of all time. You planted a bomb in that briefcase and got me to deliver it for you.
Yes.
Oh, well. So long, Sari. I've got to find that guy Robertson in one big hurry.
Yes?
They gave me your address at the legation. You're Mr. Robertson's secretary, aren't you?
Why, yes, Miss Miller. You're Steve Mitchell, the man who brought the briefcase to Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, that's why I've got to find him right away. Where'd he go? Where's the meeting going to be?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell. I couldn't tell you even if I knew.
Look, this is no time to be coy. There's a bomb in that briefcase.
What?
And it'll explode the second the briefcase is opened. Now, where's your boss, Robertson?
His tickets were for Bordeaux.
When does the train due to pull out?
At 6, I think.
Oh, it's 5 minutes after now. Look, get your car. We'll try and overtake the train at the first stop.
There's the train, Steve. We made it.
Come on. Which compartment is Robertson in?
His reservation was for compartment 5.
Here we are. Let me give you a hand.
Thanks. Come on down the corridor.
There it is, compartment 5. Mr. Robertson, Hey, the compartment's empty.
Empty, but
You're sure this is the right compartment?
of course I got the reservation myself.
What is it, monsieur?
Conductor, where's Mr. Robertson?
Robertson?
The guy who had this compartment.
Why, he did not stay on the train.
What?
No, it was very strange. He got aboard on one side, then he got off on the other. It took a taxi, I believe.
Oh, great. Then the meeting's in Paris after all.
Steve, what'll we do?
It's 6:30. 3.5 hours to locate that meeting, and all we know is that it's somewhere in Paris.
Oh, that taxi driver.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Come on, let's get back to town. You try and trace the cab, and I'll see what I can find out.
Why, no, Mitchell. None of us here at the Sûreté know where that meeting is to be held.
Haven't you any idea at all, Inspector?
Paris is a large city, Mitchell. I am sorry.
You're sorry. Look, Commissioner, I've got to find that meeting. Do you know where it's to be?
No, Steve. Why? Something wrong?
You bet there's something wrong. There's a bomb on its way to that meeting.
A bomb? How do you know?
I sent it.
What? Now, Steve.
It's no joke, Commissioner, and if I don't locate it in the next 3 hours, there won't be any meeting.
Steve, the taxi company says whoever picked up Mr. Robertson was on a day shift, and all those drivers are home by now.
But there isn't time to telephone all of them, and... Wait, the radio.
What?
The Paris radio station. Come on.
No. We cannot interrupt our programs just to broadcast
Look, unless you do, there's going to be an explosion in Paris at 10 o'clock. It'll probably blow up a city block.
An explosion?
You heard me. Now get on the air and tell any cab driver who picked up a man with a briefcase at the depot at 6 to call in here right away.
Very well, monsieur. I will broadcast it immediately.
I can't stand this any longer. It's 9 o'clock in 1 hour.
Yeah, all right. You got any ideas?
Maybe we ought to broadcast a warning to the people of Paris.
Tell them there'll be an explosion somewhere in Paris in an hour, but we don't know where? Huh. You put an announcement like that on the air, and you'll start the biggest stampede in history.
Monsieur.
Yeah.
The cab driver's just called in. He remembers picking up a man with a briefcase at the depot.
Where'd he take him?
Here is the address.
Thanks. Stay here, Marjorie. I'll see you later.
What do you want?
Look, a taxi driver told me that he picked up a man with a briefcase and brought him here.
What about it?
Where is he?
I am the man.
What?
Now, see, is a man to be allowed no privacy in this city? I got
fine. I'm sorry to bother you.
I'm glad you called in, Steve.
Look, that was the original wild goose chase.
I know. Another cab driver just called in. The man he picked up answers Mr. Robertson's description.
Where'd he take him?
He let him off in front of the Louvois Hotel. You've got just 15 minutes before that meeting starts, Steve, and it'll take you 12 of them to get there.
So, I break every traffic law in town and pull up at the hotel at 6 minutes to 10. The elevator operator thinks he remembers taking a guy with a briefcase up to the 4th floor. I get up there with 3 minutes to go and start walking down the hall. Then I spot a guy lounging at the end, and I've got a hunch I'm getting warm. He's probably a guard. I stop for a second in front of each door, but he doesn't react. Then I stop in front of the 5th door down. Suddenly he's on me like a blanket.
What do you want?
Look, I've got to get into that meeting.
No one goes in that door. No one is going to...
Sorry, I've got no time to argue. I gave the guard a fast frisk and got the key. I opened the door. It was a large suite, but in one of the rooms I spot 5 men sitting around a table. One of them is Robertson.
And the first order of business is this briefcase I'm turning over to the Falcon representative. I would like him to open it at once. I think it will clear the air considerably so that we can...
Wait, don't open that briefcase.
Mitchell, What are you doing?
Don't open that briefcase. You, I'm talking to you.
But that is the Balkan representative. He has every right to open it.
Take your hands off it.
Mitchell! Mitchell, are you crazy? You trying to start a war?
There might have been one if I hadn't hit him. There's a bomb in that briefcase.
What? Do you know what you're saying?
You bet I know what I'm saying. Another second and you'd all have been blown sky high. Oh, brother, I didn't think I was going to make it here. Here, I'll take that briefcase now.
Wait, where are you going?
First, I'm going to turn this briefcase over to the surety, unopened, and let them worry about it from there. And second, well, I'm going to find me a good spot to have a nice, quiet, nervous breakdown. So long, Mr. Robertson.
You've just heard another episode of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. We're glad to welcome Dangerous Assignment as one of Wheaties' big parade of radio shows. Now, if Mr. Donlevy will step out of the role of Steve Mitchell, we'd like to welcome him to the Wheaties family of salesmen.
Thank you, Terry O'Sullivan. I am very proud to accept what I consider to be one of my most important assignments, for tonight I'm joining the more than 700 salesmen of General Mills whose worthwhile job it is to bring good food to the American table. Yes, I'm a Wheaties man tonight. I'm particularly happy that I am after reading a very startling article in the May issue of Reader's Digest. It's an article I think all of us should read. It's called What Do You Eat for Breakfast? And believe me, it certainly reminded me of how important a good, nourishing breakfast is to every man, woman, and child in this great nation of ours. The fact that I am joining you salesmen and the hundreds of thousands of grocers who meet the American homemaker across the country every day gives me a real thrill. All of us know that by selling Wheaties, the breakfast of champions, we're doing our part in helping more families to eat good, substantial breakfasts regularly. That's a job worth doing. Ladies and gentlemen, turn to page 73 of the May Reader's Digest and see if after reading this article, a breakfast including Wheaties with plenty of milk and fruit doesn't sound like a good idea to you.
Dangerous Assignment, written by Bob Reif, with music by Basil Adlon, is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. And on Monday, listen to Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat on the Wheaties' Big Parade. For all the family, try Father Knows Best tomorrow on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. The new Ann Delafield Reducing Plan is a good example. This plan is one of our druggists' most popular sales items. It helps you lose quickly, easily, up to 5 pounds a week, and where it shows. No wonder our customers like it.
It's the work of famous health and beauty expert Ann Delafield, who has successfully reduced more overweight people than any other expert alive. That's why you can be sure of a safe, sound, scientific plan with no drugs, no calorie counting. You get vitamins, special appetite-reducing wafers, and a big beauty book to guide you. See how easy it is to be slim. Ask about the Ann Delafield Reducing Plan at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, if it ain't Richard Diamond, the smiling gumshoe.
Well, if it ain't Sergeant Otis, the laughing hyena. The lieutenant in?
Yeah, go on in and spoil his afternoon.
You know, Otis, I think you've got the kindest, most wonderful face in the whole wide world.
You do?
Absolutely. But I do wish you'd do me a favor.
Well, sure, anything.
Stop wearing it upside down. Hello, Walt.
Hello, Rick. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. What's doing?
Want a sandwich?
I'll take some of that coffee.
Sure. Something on your mind, Rick?
No, just got tired of sitting around the office.
No business?
Not in a week. Got any sugar?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Here. Yeah, Otis?
Lieutenant, I got some guy on the phone who won't give me his name. Says he wants to talk to you. Matter of life and death.
Okay, put him on.
Right.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
I'm going to say this once, so listen carefully. Tonight, somewhere in New York City, I'm going to kill a man, and there's nothing you can do about it.
What?
Promptly at 8 o'clock, somewhere in this city, I'm going to kill a man.
Hello? Hello?
Something wrong?
Some guy says he's going to kill somebody at 8 o'clock tonight.
Oh, dandy.
Crank.
You see who his victim is going to be?
No, just a crank.
I should have humored him. Made suggestions. My landlord friend.
Be a little gruesome if he really did it.
Yeah. You'd have a hard time protecting 8 million people from a killer you don't know anything about.
Hope it was just a crank. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
If that guy calls back, put him through and trace the call.
Right.
It sure would be miserable if that call was on the level.
Oh, relax. I'll have some more coffee. I had some more coffee. Walt worried a little, not a lot, because the big precinct caters to a good number of cranks every day. We talked about old times, and around 6, I matched Walt for dinner. He stuffed himself at the automat until I ran out of change and begged for mercy. Then he dropped me off at my flat on 53rd and went back to the precinct. I showered, shaved, slipped into my blue suit, and headed for the door. Yeah?
Do me a favor, will you, Rick?
You got to stop stuffing yourself, Walt. You sound like you got indigestion.
I'm down at the morgue. Meet me here, please.
Oh, now look, I got a date with a live one.
I'm in on the start of some trouble. It's liable to grow. That guy who called made good. He stabbed a man to death on Broadway at 8 o'clock.
Here he is, Lieutenant.
Hello, Walt.
Hi, Rick. Thanks for coming down. Okay, Hal.
Who is he? Or, who was he?
Brother identified him. Abraham Weiss. Stabbed in the heart from behind with a long, thin instrument.
On Broadway at 8 o'clock.
That's right. A dozen people saw him stagger to the curb and fall. Most of them just thought he was drunk.
You think your boy on the phone did it?
8 o'clock, right on the nose. Whoever did it must have walked up behind him, jabbed him just below the left shoulder blade, and kept on walking.
What do you want me for, Walt?
If this guy on the phone did kill Abraham Weiss and we can't find a motive, it's a little more than a simple killing. We may be mixed up with a madman.
Oh, so I qualify in that league.
You're one of the few guys who really is interested in criminal psychology.
Well, I think it's the answer. You can't stop something unless you know the cause.
Will you give me a hand, Rick?
Sure.
I've got Weiss's family at the station.
Let's go see them.
Why? Why, Lieutenant? Why did this happen to Abe?
That's what we're going to try and find out, Mrs. Weiss. We were hoping you might help us.
Oh, he didn't have any enemies. He was a good man. We have 3 children. I left them with Mrs. Bilotti, my neighbor. It's going to be hard on them.
You're sure your husband didn't know it?
No. He didn't have any enemies. He was a good husband and a good father. Everybody liked him. Why, only last week, Mrs. Dowd up the street from us told me.
We'd like a list of your brother's friends, Mr. Weiss. Where he worked, people he had business with, anyone you can remember who might give us a lead.
Been sitting out there thinking about that. There just isn't anyone that I know would want to kill Abe. He was a good guy, did his job, took care of Louise and the kids. He didn't bother nobody.
How long were Louise and Abe married?
No, 6 years. Maybe a little more.
Nice girl, Louise.
Oh, the best. Good wife.
What happens to her now?
I'll take care of her.
You're not married, huh?
No.
Quite a job taking care of a widow and 3 kids.
I'm doing all right. It's the least I can do.
You got a girl?
Yeah, why?
Maybe going to get married, huh?
Well, I'm engaged. I've been thinking about it. It'll have to wait for a while, I guess. Until Louise gets back on her feet.
Okay. Tell us about some of your brother's friends.
Well, I guess his best friend was Art Brearley. They was awful close for years.
He told us about everyone he could think of. Gave us a dozen names and addresses we could check. Like Louise, Martin couldn't figure why anyone would want to kill Abraham Weiss. The next was Mrs. Rebecca Weiss, tired, the hurt in her eyes enough for all the mothers who had raised a son and lost him.
We'll try not to keep you too long, Mrs. Weiss.
It's all right, Lieutenant. You want to help?
Would you like a glass of water?
No. When will I be able to see my son? It's right that I should see my son.
A few questions first, if you don't mind.
I know you're trying to help. Just me a few questions. As many as you like, Lieutenant.
Not long with Mrs. Rebecca Weiss. Nothing that would help to catch her son's killer. So we checked the people who had known Abraham, and there were plenty. His boss gave us a few more names to add to the long list. All of them friends who couldn't imagine why anyone would want to kill a nice guy like Abe. At 7:30 the next morning, Walt looked at reports and poured more coffee.
Here. I'll put sugar in it.
Thanks.
If that phone call was on the level, why would a guy kill like that? Call us and tell us he was going to do it. What'd be his reason?
Well, couldn't guess. But if that guy who called did do the killing, you can bet he'll phone again.
Why?
Well, he bragged he was going to do it. He'll want the credit.
Well, I gotta get some rest. A couple hours anyway.
Let's both get a couple. Yeah?
Sorry.
That doesn't matter. Lousy dream. What time is it?
5 o'clock.
Oh, I died, didn't I?
Our boy called again.
Oh? You trace it?
Phone booth in Grand Central.
What do you have to say?
Not much. Wanted to know how we liked his handiwork.
What's a good answer to that one?
Well, I said a few things, but I guess he figured we weren't satisfied, so he promised he'd kill somebody else tonight.
Hello, Rick. Seen the papers?
No.
Here.
Fiend terrorizes city. Unknown killer murders at will. Police baffled.
Everybody's on my back.
Exactly. What did he say?
You want to hear? I made a recording.
Let's hear it.
Okay, Otis, put him on.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
What do you think now, Lieutenant?
I did what I said I was going to do, didn't I?
Look, who is this?
The man who called yesterday and said he was going to kill someone at 8 o'clock last night.
I don't believe it.
Well, certainly you do. You'd like to stall so you could have this call traced. Well, you'd better listen. I want everybody to know just how stupid the police force really is. I'm going to kill again tonight, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Look, you, whoever you are, if it's the last thing I ever do, I'll...
Tonight at 8, another innocent victim will die because the police can do nothing about it.
Hello? Hello? Otis! The call came from a phone booth in Grand...
He said another innocent victim.
Yeah, so he's a nut. For some reason, he hates the police force. There's your motive.
Well, I guess it's possible, but something sticks in my craw.
Yeah? What?
8 o'clock. Why pick 8 o'clock both times?
Well, I guess, like you said, he wants the credit. We're liable to get a couple of killings in an evening. He wants us to be sure which one he did.
Okay, so he makes it 8 o'clock the first time. Why the second? Why not 6 or 7 or 10 or...
Just following a pattern, I guess.
Maybe so. Well, what'll we do?
I got every man possible on the streets. But, Rick, let's face it, this is a pretty big city. And it's 6-2 and even. If he does kill again, it won't be anywhere near the scene of his first stabbing.
I guess we just wait.
Yeah. A little over an hour to go.
So we waited. Walt got the coffee going, and I went through a whole package of cigarettes. Somewhere in the middle of New York, probably on a crowded street, a man was walking, waiting like we were for 8 o'clock. Waiting to stab someone through the heart. Waiting for 8 o'clock.
Want coffee?
No.
Give me a cigarette.
You don't smoke.
Want a bet?
Here.
Got a match?
Got a lighter. This is no good.
Yeah? Let's go.
Where to?
Entrance to Madison Square Garden. Man stabbed to death in the crowd going into the fights. Right at 8 o'clock.
Now you can get 5 times the established daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums in one formula. It's Rexall 5X Multivitamins, a marvelous new product direct from the world-famous Rexall Laboratories. In this new, carefully balanced formula, Rexall scientists have provided a tablet that is 5 times stronger than the minimum daily requirement of all vitamins with established minimums, plus red crystalline B12. Rexall family druggists are so anxious for you to reap the benefits of this amazing new vitamin formula that they invite you to try it for 10 days at their cost. They offer you a 10-day trial size, a regular $1.79 value in itself, free of extra cost, with a purchase of the regular bottle of 50, both for only $6.95. If, after 10 days, you do not notice a marked difference in your general health and well-being, return the unopened bottle of 50 tablets, and your full purchase price will be refunded. Take advantage of this special introductory offer on Rexall 5X Multivitamins, the tablets that give you 5 times the established daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums, plus red crystalline B12. Ask for 5X Multivitamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
A man murdered going into Madison Square Garden to see the fights. Stabbed through the heart while he stood in the middle of the large crowd. We went through the same routine, identify the body, question witnesses who had been close to him, see his friends, anyone who knew him.
Name's Leon Ellis, small-time fight manager. No family, handles a young kid named Billy Martin. Wasn't fighting last night.
At 10 o'clock the next morning, we found Billy Martin working at the East Side Gym. We talked to him for a while, but he couldn't help much. So we kept going, making our list of names, talking to everyone, all morning and into the afternoon. By 4:30, we were holding each other up.
Look, we're working with a madman who kills anybody close to him so he can show how helpless we are to stop him. The whole city's in a panic. The newspapers are blasting everybody in the department, yours truly in particular. Yeah?
I got him on the line again. He even bragged to me about this last killing.
Trace it as fast as you can.
Right.
Start that recorder, Rick. It's our boy again.
Okay. Go ahead.
5th Precinct, Lieutenant Levinson.
You can skip the formalities, Lieutenant. Your sergeant told you who was on the line. Well, I did it again last night, didn't I, Lieutenant?
Okay, so we can't stop you. I admit it. I'll admit it to the papers. That should make you happy. The police department can't do anything about it. That's what you want, isn't it?
Again tonight, Lieutenant. One more person will die.
Now, wait a minute. At least give me a chance to talk to
While
you.
you trace the call? No. Tonight at 8 o'clock, and you can't stop me.
Hello? Yeah?
Call came from a phone booth in Rockefeller Center.
Pick's the right place to call from. We look pretty silly rounding up everybody in Rockefeller Center.
Walt looked sick, and I felt it. What could we do? We knew nothing about our killer or where he'd strike next. Walt called in the reporters and gave them the story. The papers would blast the department, but it was the best way to warn the public to stay off the streets. The department was alerted, radio stations were given bulletins to broadcast, and Walt and I climbed into a prowl car and started cruising. At 8:05, it came in.
Attention, all units in the vicinity of Zone 12. A 211 in front of 415 West 64th. 415 William 64. Ambulance, dead body. Car 73, come in, please.
7-3, go ahead.
211 at 415 West 64 is a stabbing, Lieutenant.
Roger. That's it, Rick.
The victim was an elderly man dressed expensively and lying face down on the sidewalk. Again, no witnesses to the killing. Most of the people who had seen the man fall realized almost immediately what had happened because of the publicity on the last 2 killings. But like one man said,
Well, how are you going to see who killed him in a crowd like this? Maybe 100 people on the block when it happens. Boy, you guys better start doing something.
Yes, sir?
Does Mr. Arthur Reeves live here?
Yes, sir, but Mr. Reeves is not in at the moment.
I'm from the police. Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Homicide?
I'd like to talk with everybody in the house.
Certainly, sir. Has something happened to Mr. Reeves?
He's been murdered.
Oh, no. No, not Mr. Reeves.
How many people in the house?
Myself, the maid, and Mr. George Reeves, Mr. Reeves' nephew.
Tell him I'd like to talk with him.
And we talked with the 3 people in the dead man's house. The maid, the butler, and George Reeves, the nephew.
I warned him not to take his walk tonight. I showed him the papers.
Did he usually take walks at night?
Has for the past 15 years.
Know why anyone would want to kill him?
Mr. Reeves? Of course not. You know very good and well it was that fiend what did it.
How about you? Can you think of why anyone would want to kill your employer?
No, sir. I've been with Mr. Reeves for over 20 years. I'm acquainted with most of his friends and associates.
Look here. I can assure you that my uncle knew no one who would want to kill him.
You're his nephew?
That's right.
Your uncle took walks every night?
Yes, every night.
Well, if you don't mind, we'd like you all to come down at the station to make statements.
Okay, we got the statements, another list of names, and a long one. None of these killings tie together. Nobody on the first list has any connection with anybody on the second list. Let's face it, if that madman calls again, we can't stop him.
Oh, take it easy.
Well,
will you?
can we?
I want to talk to the maid, the butler, and the nephew again.
Why? It's just the same as all the others.
I want to talk to them, okay?
I'm sorry. Getting jumpy.
No, you're tired. So am I.
Otis, send in the maid. What are you doing?
Fixing the recorder. I may want to listen to it again. So we again talked to the maid, then the butler, then the nephew, and the tape recorder picked up everything they said, and it sounded very much like everything everybody else had said after the first 2 killings. Walt let them go home and went up to talk to the commissioner. When he came back, he looked pretty discouraged.
I'm sure on the griddle. Salvador, turn in my badge.
I want you to listen to something.
Oh, sure.
I've cut out sections of tape, stuck them together.
Mr. Reeves took walks every night after dinner, and dinner was always at 7?
That's right.
Then he always left sometimes close to 8?
Yes, 7:30 or 7:45.
He was never gone more than half an hour?
No.
What time did he leave tonight? About 7:45. Weren't you worried when he didn't come back within half an hour?
Certainly. Both the maid and I were very anxious.
Were you all in the house between 7:45 and the time we arrived?
Yes, sir.
Where was Mr. Reeves' nephew?
In his room. He went up right after dinner.
How wealthy was your employer?
He was very wealthy.
Mr. Reeves, who inherits your uncle's fortune?
Why, I do.
Was Mr. Reeves ever longer than half an hour with his walks?
Never more than a few minutes, one way or the other.
Who handles your uncle's affairs, Mr. Reeves?
Well, Richard B. Gregg. He's been my uncle's attorney for many years.
Young Mr. Reeves has always been excitable. Gotten a lot of trouble in the past.
Yes, he argued with his uncle many times. No, Mr. Reeves didn't come down and ask why his uncle had been gone so long.
Certainly I worried about my uncle, but I thought he might have stopped along the way for something or other.
Okay, so you took out pieces of the testimony and stuck them together. So what?
Just this. Every one of these killings have taken place at 8 o'clock.
I know, and it's worried you.
Now, this is the first time that one of our victims was certain to be out on the streets at 8 o'clock.
Coincidence.
Maybe. Mr. Reeves was a wealthy man, very wealthy.
And the nephew gets his money, and the nephew was in his room at the time of the killing.
Who saw him?
The butler and the maid both say he was up there.
So he climbs out a window. His uncle was killed only 2 blocks from the house. Plenty of time to stab him, get back through the window.
You're really reaching out, aren't you?
Sure I am. What do you want me to do?
Well, the nephew's voice certainly doesn't match the ones we got on the threatening phone calls.
So he disguises it. I got an idea.
What?
Let's put a tail on all 3 of these people anyway. It's not much. It's all we've got so far. I'm going out to check on something. What? Here's something that'll make your hair curl. I just saw the attorney for the Reeves estate, and he said the old man was planning on changing his will, leaving all his money to charity, not his nephew. He was supposed to meet with Mr. Reeves this morning.
And Reeves gets killed last night.
Pretty convenient for the nephew.
We can't arrest him on that.
No, but it makes a good motive.
You think the nephew would kill 2 men and then his uncle, just so it would look like a madman had picked out another innocent victim?
You gotta admit it'd be pretty clever.
There's an understatement. Yeah.
He's on the line again, Lieutenant. I'm tracing it.
Oh, no. Our boy again. There goes your theory. Hello.
You can't do anything, Lieutenant. I've killed 3 men, and you can't stop me. I'm going to kill again tonight at 8.
Hello. Was him, all right. Tonight at 8. Rick, we've just got to do... Yeah?
Call came from Grand Central again.
Okay. Well, what happens to your theory now?
Well, he might do it again. Expect you to react just this way. Who's tailing George Reeves?
Harrison.
When does he report in again?
Checks in on the hour. Last time was about 20 minutes ago.
40 minutes to go, huh? No way of contacting him?
No.
Okay, we wait.
Yeah? Yeah? Where was he at 4:46? Don't let him out of your sight.
Well?
At 4:46, George Reeves made a phone call from a booth in Grand Central Station. He's home now.
Well, we had something. A motive and a man calling from Grand Central, but not enough to make an arrest. We waited until 7 and then headed for the Reeves house.
The area is surrounded. He'll have 2 men on him no matter where he goes.
He's still in the house?
According to Harrison.
No, I want to do more than pick him up with a knife.
Here he comes.
Yeah. Climbing into his car.
Attention, cars 31415. Suspect heading east. Proceed east on your streets.
We tailed him, keeping in contact with the other cars as they stayed parallel. When Reeves turned off, we went on ahead, notified the car in our right or left to pick him up. That way Reeves wouldn't suspect a tail. About 7:30, we got a call that Reeves had parked. We headed for the spot in a hurry.
Suspect is heading north on Calder.
Oh, get ahead of him. Park at the corner of Davis. We'll pick him up there. We stopped at the corner and got out of the car. We waited until we spotted Reeves walking in our direction and then let him pass and followed, staying close. We kept after him until 5 minutes to 8. He swung out on Broadway and was pushing his way through the crowd. Then it happened.
Where'd he go?
We've lost him. Come on.
3 minutes to 8.
Let us through, please.
Well, I never.
Get out of the way.
Oh, you push.
Look out,
You see him turn off?
No, he's got to be... Walt, crossing the street.
Let's go.
Reeves.
What? No! Look out for the knife. No, let me go. Drop it. You okay?
Yeah. Here's the knife.
Young man, what right have you got to hit that nice gentleman? He was helping me across the street. I have a good mind to report you.
Lady. If this man was helping you across the street, just forget about him. Go bet on a horse or something. This is your lucky night.
Right when you need it most, Rexall scientists have developed a wonderful new product, Rexall Sunburn Cream, available now at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Rexall Sunburn Cream is a new film-forming compound that relieves sunburn misery almost immediately, gives more uniform coverage, and stays on longer than ordinary sunburn remedies. The protective agents in Rexall Sunburn Cream relieve the soreness and annoying itching of a fresh sunburn, soothe and cool the fire, help you sleep easier after overexposure. During these summer months, keep Rexall Sunburn Cream in the family medicine chest. It's available now at Rexall drugstores everywhere, the stores with the orange and blue sign. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Attention people on sugar-restricted diets. At last you can get a non-fattening sweetener in granulated form. It's Rexall Sweetenet Sprinkle, the easy-to-use sugar substitute in a shaker. Just sprinkle it on food for all the taste, none of the calories. And there's no bitter aftertaste. Remember the name, Rexall Sweetenet Sprinkle, at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
Now, the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those specially delicious quick energy cereals that are shot from guns, bring you another thrilling Dick Tracy adventure. Remember the sound of those big guns, boys and girls. It means trigger-fast food energy, the same kind of quick energy that helps keep Dick Tracy so alert and so physically fit. That's the way you like to be, isn't it? Especially if you want to be a good athlete. you need lots of the trigger-fast food energy that Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice can give you. Those two delicious cereals are especially easy to digest because they're shot from guns. And that's why thousands of active, athletic boys, girls, and grown-ups have Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice for breakfast every day. So ask Mother to get you some of those delicious, quick-energy cereals from the grocer. Dick Tracy has been guarding the Black Pearl of Osiris, a relic which belongs to a religious Egyptian cult. Tracy has kept the pearl in the secret compartment of a ring given to him by Humi Batik, a high priest of the cult. While the police were searching for the Mogul, the head of a society of art thieves who want the pearl, the Mogul visited Pat Patton and hypnotized him. Pat, under the Mogul's spell, succeeded in getting the ring from Tracy. But the great detective knew something was wrong. He followed Pat and confronted the Mogul as Pat was giving him the ring. Unknown to Tracy, he too had been followed by Dryden Small, a henchman of the Mogul's. And as our last episode closed, Tracy and Pat were trapped, helpless in the hands of these two arch criminals.
I think the best thing to do in your case, Tracy, the best thing to do from the point of view of Mr. Small and myself would be to put you and Mr. Patton out of the way for good. Yes, it seems to me that would be the best and only thing to do, Tracy. And we might as well do it now.
Wait a minute. You can't do that, Mogul.
And why not, Small? We've got these two just where we want them. We might as well get rid of them now.
That's all right for you to say. You've got one murder on your hands now, and they can't hang you twice. But it's different with me. I may be in trouble with the police, but I'm not wanted for murder. And that's what this would let me in for.
You're showing good sense at last, Small.
That's enough, Tracy. Small, I'll handle this. That'll let you out. And now, Tracy...
You forget I've got a gun, Miguel. Don't think I'm worried about Tracy, do you? But I am worried about myself. We've got the pearl in the ring, and that's what we're after. We're not going to kill Tracy and Patton.
Oh, you're a fool, Small, a cowardly fool.
Perhaps not so much of a fool as you think. Larceny is one thing, murder's another. Your car's standing at the curb. You've got the ring and the pearl. Let that be enough.
Well, I see it will have to be. All right, Tracy. Patton, just stand where you are. Don't move. I'll trouble you both for your guns.
What about it, Dick?
We've got to get him up, Pat.
All right. Small, get into the car and get it started while I keep these two covered. You're lucky, Tracy. If Small hadn't come along, you'd be dead by this time.
You forget. If Small hadn't come along, I have you by this time.
All right. But don't move. One false move and I'll put a bullet into you. Goodbye, Tracy. This is the last time we'll meet. I hope.
Oh, but Dick, I couldn't sleep. I just had to wait up for you.
Well, that's all right, Junior. Go back to bed now and get some sleep.
Say, they caught Dryden Small and the Mogul yet?
No, Junior, they haven't. We almost had one of them tonight. If it hadn't been for the other.
Hey, you've been guarding that Black Pearl for weeks. Now that it's gone, well, it doesn't seem to bother you at all.
It doesn't, Pat. Because the Black Pearl is still safe.
What? What was that?
Junior, let me have your secret ring a minute.
You mean the Black Pearl is...
The Black Pearl is in Junior's ring, Pat.
Here's the ring, Pat.
Yeah. You see?
Oh, Dick, that's marvelous. Dick, you think of everything, don't you?
When I spoke to you earlier this evening, I sensed there was something wrong with you, Pat. That you weren't yourself, that something had happened to you. I don't know whether you remember that before I gave you the ring, I stepped into the bedroom to see if Junior was getting ready for bed.
No, I don't remember, Dick. Just as the Mogul said, I don't remember a thing that happened.
Well, it was then that I changed the pearl from my ring into Junior's. The Mogul and Dryden Small have the secret ring, Pat. But they haven't got the Black Pearl.
And is that good news? Dick, you don't know what a load this takes off my mind.
Well, Mr. Tracy, indeed welcome.
Thank you, Batik. I've come to tell you that everything's been arranged. You sail tonight for home, and you'll have the Black Pearl of Osiris with you.
Well, that makes me so happy. And I owe all this to you, Mr. Tracy.
Forget it, Batik.
By the way, Mr. Tracy, I just noticed you are not wearing your ring.
No, I'm afraid my secret ring is now in the possession of the Mogul.
But the Black Pearl...
It's safe. Have no fear. I'll deliver it to you tonight on the boat. Your departure must be kept secret. I've arranged to have you taken aboard tonight.
But what of the Mogul and Dryden Small? You have still to catch them.
I'll catch them. Don't worry about that.
Perhaps I can help you, Mr. Tracy. You've done so much for me. Surely there is something I can do for you in return.
No, thanks just the same, Batik. Although I do appreciate your offer.
Well, perhaps at another time there will be another way in which I can help you. There must be. For I have determined to pay back the debt I owe you, Mr. Tracy. And someday I shall.
Ready to sail, Captain?
Any moment now, Mr. Tracy.
Good. Well, Batik, Pat and I will leave you now. I don't think anyone knows that you're freed from jail or that you're leaving for Egypt.
No, the fog tonight helped us get you aboard secretly, all right.
You have both been most kind. The young man, Dick Tracy, Jr., I would have liked to say goodbye to him. You will remember me to him?
I certainly will, Batik. He's at home now. I don't like to keep him up too late.
About the Mogul and Small, do you know where they are? Have you had any word, any clue?
No, none as yet. But we're not going to let that discourage us. We're going to keep after them, and we'll get them, I'm sure of that.
I hope so. However, I suppose it will not matter to me very much now. The black pearl is safe in this ring on my finger, and I am leaving for home.
Well, it will matter to us, Batik. You see, this black pearl of yours has uncovered another sort of crime. A racket involving, among other things, the stealing of art treasures and selling them to a few unscrupulous collectors.
And what do you intend to do about it, Mr. Tracy?
I'm going to put a stop to it, Batik. And my first move will be to get my hands on Dryden Small and the Mogul.
And you think they are responsible? That once you have them, the case will be closed, eh?
No, I'm afraid that'll only be the beginning. I'm convinced that this racket is not limited to these two, or that it's just a local affair. It's national, perhaps international. I've discovered that many of these so-called art treasures have been sent here from abroad and distributed by the agents here in this country.
You think so?
We're ready to sail, Mr. Tracy.
Good. Well, goodbye, Batik.
No, not goodbye, my friend. Only, as we say in Egyptian, mahu nahoni.
Say, what does that mean?
Well, it means auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, until we meet again. And so, mahu nahoni, my very dear friends.
You know, Dick, I'm going to miss that fellow Batik. I was getting to like him very much.
Yes, so was I, Pat. I'm very glad things have turned out nicely for him. Batik's job is finished now. He's taking the Pearl of Osiris back to his people. I wish I could say the same about our job.
You mean we've still got to get hold of the Mogul and Dryden Small, huh?
Yes, that for one thing. I'd like to have seen their faces when they opened that ring and found it didn't contain the Black Pearl. They don't know that the pearl itself is now on its way back to Egypt. Unless I miss my guess, Pat, they're wondering at this moment where the pearl is. Planning to find out. Get it.
Gosh, they certainly are a very slippery pair and managed to cover their tracks well. The boys have been unable to get one lead or clue as to their whereabouts.
What I'd like to know is, who's behind the Mogul? Who's the real power behind the throne?
Don't look at me. I can't even begin to guess, Dick. Are you sure there's someone else?
Oh, yes, quite sure, Pat. Of course, I've nothing to go on, nothing concrete and tangible, but you and I have been in this business long enough, Pat, to know the signs. And I think the signs definitely point to agents higher up.
All of which means no rest for the weary, huh? Don't we ever get a break, Dick? Must the new case come right on the heels of an old one? Well, isn't there such a thing as a vacation, or shouldn't I ask?
Well, you can ask, all right. No harm in that. But until crime takes a holiday or a vacation, we'll have to stay right on the job. Policemen, Pat, can't be clock watchers or punch time cards.
That's right.
Well, here we are. Let's go upstairs and get to bed. That'll be a few hours of vacation, anyway.
Well, I've been routed out of bed before, Dick. So there isn't always a vacation either.
Open the door quietly, Pat. I don't want to waken Junior.
Okay.
Well, here we are. Snap on the light, Pat.
Right. Oh, I'm so tired, I think I could sleep for a week. Going right to bed, Dick?
No, I want to finish the last chapter of a book I'm reading.
Not a detective story, is it?
No. It's a textbook, Pat, on scientific investigation. You want to read it. There's a lot of interesting data in it about analysis of fingerprints, dust, and other pieces of evidence you may have.
Yeah, well, some other time, perhaps. Tonight I'll leave all that to you. I'm going to bed.
Well, pleasant dreams, Pat. Don't wake you.
Don't worry, I won't. Dick!
Yes?
Come here, quick!
What is it, Pat? Something wrong?
I'll say there is. It's Junior. He's not here, Dick. He's gone.
What has happened to Junior? Has he become a victim of the Mogul and Dryden Small? And what can Dick Tracy do to save him? Well, we know he'll do everything he can. But here comes Dick Tracy now to take charge of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting. And the Quaker Oats Company, makers of delicious, nourishing Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, invite every wide-awake boy and girl to attend. The meeting will now come to order. All right, Dick, you're in charge.
Thank you, Mr. Quakerman. I just want to tell all you boys and girls how happy I am at the great way you're sending in for Dick Tracy's secret ring.
I expected it the minute I saw the secret ring, didn't you, Dick?
Yes, but the boys and girls haven't seen it. You've really got to see it to appreciate it.
Yes, but we told them about the secret compartment, that it's exactly like the one you kept the Black Pearl of Osiris in.
Oh, yes, and we said it's plated with 14-karat gold, that it's adjustable to fit any size finger, and that it's a fine, heavy, well-made ring. But I still maintain that you've got to see that ring really to appreciate it.
Well, of course, the fact that there's an excellent picture of you on the signet wouldn't make the boys and girls want it either.
They'll want it in spite of that, Mr. Quakerman. That's a great ring, and I want every boy and girl to wear one.
So get your free Dick Tracy secret ring now. Just mail 5 Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice box tops with your name and address on a plain piece of paper to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago.
And don't forget, you girls can be stylish and smart with a new gold-plated Dick Tracy bangle bracelet, as well as a Dick Tracy secret ring.
It's a beauty, girls. The charms show pictures of Dick Tracy and Junior and a lucky 4-leaf clover. It's free, too, just like the secret ring. You send 5 Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice box tops for the Dick Tracy bracelet and 5 Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice box tops for the secret ring to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago. Enclose your name and address printed on a plain piece of paper and state whether you want the ring, the bracelet, or both.
And don't wait until they're all gone, boys and girls.
Look in the pantry to see if there's a package of delicious, quick energy Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice there now. Tear off the box top as soon as it's empty. And if there isn't any, ask Mother to get you some Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice from the grocer. Look for the store that displays the Dick Tracy Headquarters sign. Remember, there'll be a secret code message in tomorrow's adventure, so be sure to have your pencil and paper ready when you tune in on Dick Tracy.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo...
Yes! You killed him! Shot him down like an animal! Shot in the back!
Stay where you are, both of you. Don't move, Steed, or you'll be as dead as he is.
Merlin, he got away.
Yes, your friend wasn't feeling very brave, was he?
He always was a disappointment.
I've been looking forward to meeting you again, Steed. Pity Merlin got away, but at least I've got 2 of you.
Go ahead. Shoot.
It wouldn't be legal. So, you may sit down if you wish, but keep your hands up. The firing squad won't be long, and then, bang, bang. You won't have anything else to worry about, will you?
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many women say, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Because there's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. It solves Mrs. Sutherland's washing problems for her.
very dirty oil or grease marks.
Yes.
If you use cold water Omo, there's no trouble at all. It comes out very, very easily indeed.
There's no washing problem too difficult for cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Beautiful Jill St. John knows the value of the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Choose Lux to keep your skin soft and smooth. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 6, the final episode in this story, in which Emma Peel wakes up at last, and John Steed manages to straighten out all the puzzling activities that have been taking place during the morning after. John Steed, Jimmy Mervyn, Jenny Thurston, and her driver Yates fell neatly into the trap Sergeant Hearn had set for them. They'd returned to the offices of the Boston Trading Company to find Mrs. Peel. Mrs. Peel was still there, all right, and still fast asleep. But Hearn and his men were there, too. Hearn had shot Yates as he was attempting a getaway, but Jimmy Mervyn was luckier and made his escape among a flurry of gunshots. Hearn's men had given chase, firing blindly, but Merlin had a good start and dodged in and out of alleyways, heading for the car park.
Got to get under cover. At the same time, I must get to my car. That's the first thing. Not much further now.
Merlin doubled back, tore down a side road, and into the car park. Once there, it was easy to conceal himself and wriggle his way to where his own car stood. He froze as voices approached.
He went this way, headed into the car park.
I don't think so. He went around the back, over there.
Merlin dropped to the ground and squeezed himself under his car. He saw army boots approach, heard voices, foreign voices.
We must not fail. If we do, it will not go well with us.
He could have made for the other entrance and the exit over there.
Merlin waited until the footsteps had died away, and then scrambled from under the car, unlocked the door, and sank with a sigh of relief into the driver's seat. He inserted the key in the ignition, and then a thoughtful look came over his face. He reached back under the seat and withdrew a small suitcase marked J. Merlin. He opened it, peered inside, seemed pleased with what he saw, closed the case, and then made a decision. With a broad smile, he opened the car door and, carrying the case, weaved his way silently amongst the cars, heading back the way he'd come, back to the Boston Trading Company. Back in those offices, Steed was doing a bit of deep thinking.
Harold Courtney.
What? What's that, Steve?
What are you talking about, Steed? No, keep your hands up.
The man you shot, Harold Courtney. I thought I knew the name. He was a member of the Nuclear Fission Committee, atom bomb expert. Now, why should he stay on in the area?
Curiosity?
That, or he sensed something was wrong. The area cleared and fake troops move in.
But what about the team who are dismantling the bomb?
Dismantling it? Are they?
You cotton on fast, Steed. We're not taking the bomb apart. We're putting it together.
What? You're building a bomb?
It makes a sort of twisted sense, doesn't it, Jenny? The area is declared clear, everyone moves back in, and then...
Then the government pays up. We make our demand, pay up, or else.
And in the commission building, the brigadier was pacing to and fro in the cellar.
Well, how's it going, Major?
Nearly finished, sir. The crew are just putting the finishing touches to the installation. They'll screw the large metal plate into position as a cover, and then all is ready.
Well, hurry it up. We're nearly all ready. And when we are... Yes... When we are, I shall personally issue the ultimatum. I should like to see their faces when they hear how Brigadier Montague Hanson has outwitted them. At last.
Jenny Thurston had never been in such a frightening position, but she refused to be cowed by the burly sergeant who had a gun pointed at her and John Steed.
Tell me something, Sergeant. A purely professional question from a newswoman. Who exactly are you?
We might say that we are all mercenaries. Quite clearly directed mercenaries. The plan was so simple. We declared a state of emergency. They cleared the area to allow us to bring our apparatus in. They assisted us, in fact. Now, well, everyone believes we're heroes. That gives our demand more weight.
What do you mean, more weight?
This is a dummy run, Jenny.
You catch on fast, Steed. It took a long time to evacuate the area. A long time. And the authorities know that.
I still don't understand.
Once the bomb is installed and ready to trigger off, you'll sound the all clear. Isn't that right?
Correct.
The people will come back, pouring back into their homes all over this area.
And when they are here, every one of them home, that's when we tell them to pay up. We'll give them just 15 minutes to hand over 20 millions.
And if they don't, you'll detonate the bomb?
They'll pay up.
They already know how long it took to clear the area.
A lot longer than 15 minutes. 20 millions. That'll mean there'll be a cut for everyone. Not all equal, you understand. The Brigadier will get the lion's share.
The Brigadier? A man of his standing involved in a thing like this? Why? Why and how?
Pique. Anyway, that's what the other chaps say. Pique. Bitterness. Anger. He's been told he's going to be replaced, made redundant, by a computer. A machine. It's a lot for a man of his experience to swallow. Kicked out of the service to make room for a machine. Of course, the money's a big incentive, too. But it's the machine bit that really gets him. Oh, well, I think we've waited long enough. Come on your feet. We'll find them.
I do wish you'd make up your mind.
I have. I don't suppose you've got any preference where your execution takes place?
What? Why don't you get it over with?
Outside, then. Quickly. Come along there.
At that moment, several things happened at once. Steed stepped between Hearn and Jenny. Mrs. Peel woke up at last, and the door opened.
What's going on?
Stay where you are.
Hands up. No.
What the devil?
Mrs. Peel, wide awake in a second, took in the situation at a glance, shot forward, collared Hearn, and threw him across the room just as Jimmy Merlin appeared in the doorway with another gas capsule. Steed's warning came too late. The capsule spun out of Merlin's hand and broke on the floor, right under Mrs. Peel's nose. Mrs. Peel gave a smile of triumph, appealed to Steed for approval, and never reached the end of the sentence.
How was that, Steed? Did I help you out of a little...
Quick, get out. Get out of here. Out, Jenny. Merlin, out.
Sorry, Steed. I thought I was doing the right thing.
I thought I'd seen the last of you.
I couldn't do that. Bad for business. You might have spread it around that I was unreliable. Besides, it seemed a shame not to put those capsules to good use.
You had more than one. You were intent on selling the exclusive rights to as many people as possible.
You know me, Steed. Cautious. Do you blame me?
You got more in there?
Oh, yes, but... yeah.
I'm confiscating them. Jenny, you stay here. Keep an eye on this room and don't go in, for heaven's sake. Guard it here.
Right. Where are you off to?
The commission building.
Oh, now, look here, Steve. Look, I've done my Boy Scout bit.
Come on, Merlin. You gave me your word.
Oh, that's before I knew you were intent on murder. My murder.
I need you, Merlin. I'm depending on you.
But you know me. I'm probably the most undependable person in the Western Hemisphere.
You came back.
I told you why.
You didn't want me to spread rumors about you. I couldn't have done that if I were dead. So you saved my life for what?
You're trying to blind me with semantics. All right, point me towards the jaws of death. Let's get going.
In the cellar of the commission building, Brigadier Hanson had finished all his preparations.
Excellent, Major. It'll take them more than an hour to cut through that lot, and they won't have that much time. All right, let's clear up and get out of here.
The men were all ready to leave the cellar when Steed and Merlin appeared at the top of the stairs.
Just in time, it seems, Merlin.
That's a good one to start with.
Take cover, men! Take cover! Open fire there at the top of the stairs! 2 or 3 more should lay enough for days.
Cover your face, Steve. There's enough gas down here to knock out.
Right. Hey, listen.
A short time later, back at the Boston Trading Co. offices.
Well, what happened, Steve?
Unless our friends walk in their sleep, it's all over, Jenny.
I've got to get back with this story. Anyone coming with me?
I suppose you'd better get out my handcuffs again, Steve.
Jimmy, if I don't, will you promise me to stay out of trouble?
You have my word as an honest man. Thanks, Steed. I won't forget this. Thanks a lot. Come on, Jenny. Let's get to know each other a little better. Bye, Steve.
Bye, Steve.
Goodbye? Oh, no. Au revoir. Mrs. Peel? Mrs. Peel?
Ooh. Oh. I feel as though I've slept for a week. Hello, Steve. Anything exciting happening yet?
No. All peaceful. Come on, let's get out of here.
And with a vicious uppercut, Jimmy Anderson finishes trimming his whole hedge in just 3 hours, 11 minutes. Great work, Jimmy. Do you play any other sport?
Yes, dominoes.
You're looking pretty cool, Jimmy. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsman deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
So many women tell us that once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Women like Mrs. Clark of East London.
This is certainly the one that I've stuck to. And it's all I get now.
Yes, cold water Omo cleans best. Over 1 million housewives have proved it.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel is adapted and directed by Dennis Falbig and produced by David Gooden.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler? I'm the Whistler.
I sifted the whole thing down to you 4 people. I know one of you is the murderer of my brother, and I'll not turn this ship about until that one is discovered.
Friday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the strange story of Eye for an Eye. Just before dawn of a day in 1940, a small seagoing yacht with a crew of 4 and a passenger list of 5 puts out from the Honolulu Yacht Basin and heads southwest into the open sea. This is the yacht of Dr. Paul Durant, scientist and marine biologist, for many years a resident of the islands. Dr. Durant is already in the wardroom as one by one his guests arrive for breakfast.
Keep your course due southwest, Captain.
Due southwest? This summer weather is treacherous.
Due southwest. I'll tell you when to put about.
Yes, Doctor. Just as you say.
Morning, Doctor.
Oh, come in, Professor Mallory. Breakfast in a few minutes.
I've been on deck for some time, Doctor. I can't understand it. We seem to have lost sight of land.
Have we? Well, fog, perhaps.
No sign of fog. I thought we were going to cruise around the island.
Oh, well, it gets too rough when you stay close to shore.
Does it?
Good morning, everybody. Where on earth are we? I don't see land anyplace.
What goes? I have a feeling we're miles out to sea.
Do you, Ona?
I had the same idea, Ona.
I ordered the ship out to deeper water so we could do a bit of hunting.
Hunting?
Hunting for a nice school of big fish. A lot of killers out here now. We should be able to catch one of them.
Good morning. Doctor, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes, I'm sure I know what it is, and I'm sure I can answer it. Why are we so far out to sea?
Yes.
Well, Karen, it's because I want
Doc, I want to talk to you.
Oh, come in, Hal. I know what you want to ask me. Karen just asked me the same question, so I'll answer you both at the same time.
Okay, what is the answer?
Well, this happens to be the season for catching the big ones. The killers, we call them. So I decided to put out a way in order to get a crack at one of them.
Killers?
Yes. Apparently you're not a fisherman, Hal. But I'm sure you'll find it interesting.
Hey, look, Doc, what's on your mind? I've been suspicious of you ever since you invited me on this weekend cruise.
Have you, Mr. Norton? Why?
Why should you ask me on this cruise? I don't know you that well. I've seen you many times. Your brother introduced us at the gambling joint, but, well,
I wouldn't think too much about it, Hal.
I must say this is a peculiar group for you to select, Doctor.
You think so, Professor? You all knew each other, didn't you?
Well, yes, in a way. I know the professor, but I've never been friendly with Hal Norton or Ona Raymond. I know Hal Norton's a gambler, and Ona's a nightclub singer.
I've known Ona for several years. I know Miss Karen Somerset's a social deb, and the professor's John Mallory. I've seen him at various times.
Then if you all know that much about each other, I should think this is an opportunity to really get acquainted.
Who said we wanted to?
Doctor, please turn around and go back. Please.
No, I can't.
Why not?
I'll tell you. You all know that 3 months ago my brother Gerald was murdered. The murderer was never found. You 4 people were the ones selected.
Selected for what?
I've sifted the whole thing down to you 4. The ones with the most likely motives for wanting to kill him. I know that one of you 4 is the murderer. I'm not going back until the guilty one is discovered or confesses. I won't turn about, even if I have to kill you all. I can blow this ship to pieces with a touch of a button, and I will. Well, now that you know why you're here, each one of you had best guard himself carefully. For if the killer is exposed, he'll try to protect himself.
Breakfast is ready, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Let us forget the situation for the moment and enjoy our breakfast. Come, friends.
Well, Dr. Durant, now you have set up a situation in which each one of the 4 suspects the others. And each one knows that if he is to return alive, the guilty party must be discovered as soon as possible. Because the doctor is serious. Now, for some strange reason, the gambler Hal Norton seeks out Karen Somerset, the society girl.
Well, Mr. Norton, what's on your mind?
I want to talk to you.
What do you want?
Look, Doc's serious. He's got us out here, and he means what he says about blowing all of us up. Now, let's straighten this thing out. There's no use all of us being killed.
Oh, you think I killed his brother, Gerald?
Well, you certainly had a motive. You were in love with Gerald Durant, and you knew he'd fallen for Ona Raymond. You were afraid he was going to marry Ona and ditch you, so you killed him.
That's a lie. I knew about him and Ona, but I didn't kill him.
Well, it's a good motive, a strong motive.
Well, I'll admit I was madly in love with Gerald. When I learned he was smitten with Ona, I was wild, but I didn't kill him. If I'd killed anybody, it would have been Ona.
Yeah, I can imagine.
What about you? You had a motive, just as good as the one you attribute to me.
Don't be silly. What motive?
You were in love with Ona. You figured she was tossing you over for Gerald. You couldn't take it, so it was only natural that you killed Gerald. I know how you gangsters think.
What do you mean, gangster?
Yes, Hal Norton, you had just as good a motive. So you better forget all about it.
A clever bluff, Karen. But I don't fall for that stuff.
And I don't fall for your type of bluff. You think I had a motive, and I think you had one. So we're even, understand? Even, Mr. Norton. Good night.
Well, so that is the situation between Karen Somerset, the society girl, and Hal Norton, the gambler. Now let us see what Professor John Mallory and the nightclub singer Ona Raymond have to say about it.
Oh, hello, Professor. What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you, Miss Raymond.
Don't be so formal. My name is Ona.
Of course. You're aware that the situation existing aboard this yacht is most serious.
Maybe.
Dr. Durant means exactly what he says. I think he's temporarily unbalanced. He's convinced that one of us killed his brother.
And what do you think should be done?
I think the guilty one should confess and save the lives of the ones who are innocent.
I agree. So, why don't you confess, Professor?
What?
You certainly had a motive. You were in love with Karen Somerset. She refused you because she was in love with the doctor's brother. Turned you upside down and you couldn't take it, so you killed Gerald.
What are you talking about?
It's
That's pure imagination.
It's a good motive.
Motive? If anyone had a motive to kill Gerald, it was you.
That's sure silly.
No, Ona. You had the best motive of all of us. And I can tell you what it was.
What?
You, for the first time, decided you wanted to get married. You asked Gerald Durant to marry you. And he told you he had no intentions of marriage. You were furious. You knew then that he wasn't in love with you. That he was really in love with Karen. So you did the only thing one of your kind could think of. You killed him.
You. Why, you get out of here. Get out. You did it, and I know you did, and I'll prove it if I die in the attempt.
But that night, Ona Raymond tosses on her bed. She cannot sleep. All she can think of is the professor's accusation. Then, toward midnight, she leaves her cabin. And finally, after wandering about the deck, she makes her way to the doctor's quarters.
Doctor, I've been making investigations, and I've learned something.
What have you learned, Ona?
I know now who killed your brother, and I can prove it.
You seem to be very frightened, Ona.
But I know the one who did it.
And who is it?
I'd rather not tell just now.
Why not?
If you put the ship about and return to port, I'll tell you.
Why not now?
No, I'm afraid.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
The guilty one knows that I know.
I see. Well, then suppose I fix it so that no harm can come to you if you tell who it is. What then?
Can you guarantee that, Doctor?
I can. You tell me and nothing will happen to you. I'll see to that. Who is the guilty one?
Well, it's... Doctor... Oh...
Who's there? Who's out here? Well... now that leaves just 3.
What is it, Doctor?
Yeah, what's up now?
Come in, Karen. Come in, Hal.
What's that on the floor? What's happened?
Remove the sheet, Captain. Let them see what's happened.
Very well. Good Lord.
Why, it's Ona Raymond.
Ona? When did this happen?
Just 15 minutes ago. Surely one of you knows all about it.
Where did it happen?
She was standing right there. She was just about to disclose some information regarding the killer of my brother when there was a shot from that window. I ran to the door, but there was no one in sight.
Where were you, Karen, 15 minutes ago?
Well, I was in my cabin.
And where were you, Professor Mallory?
I was on the deck.
On the deck, huh?
And now may I ask, where were you?
Are you crazy? Why should I want to kill Ona? I was in love with her.
That may be true, but maybe she was about to tell the doctor something you didn't want to know.
Well, you're nuts.
Just where were you 15 minutes ago, Hal?
Why, I was in my cabin.
In your cabin? And you didn't hear the shot?
I did not.
You say you were in love with Ona. But did you love her enough to let her reveal the murderer of my brother? Especially if you were the murderer?
You'd better be sure before you start accusing me, brother.
I merely asked a hypothetical question.
Well, why don't you try some hypothetical questions on Karen and the professor here? They had just as good reasons to get rid of your brother. And Ona, if she was going to spill something.
Ona's dead. That obviously eliminates her.
Yeah? How do we know? Maybe you figured she was the one who killed your brother and you let her have it. And figure you can blame it on one of us.
Dr. Durant, this is getting out of hand. I insist that we put about and return to port before anything else happens. If there's a killer on this yacht, let's go back and allow the authorities to handle it.
And I refuse to do so, Captain. This is my yacht.
And I am the captain.
Are you? Well, if you interfere in my plan, I can very easily take care of that. I'll not put about until I'm satisfied that I know who the killer is.
But that's ridiculous. A murder has been committed.
I'll stay out here in the ocean till I learn the identity of the killer, even at the expense of the life of everyone on board. We have enough fuel to keep running for more than a month. And if the engines are turned off, why, we can drift for many months.
What about food and fresh water?
If it's necessary to stay out that long, then when hunger and thirst come along, maybe one of you will be ready to talk.
Why, you're crazier than I thought.
Oh, Captain, have this body removed and placed in ice. I want to take back all the evidence. Well, I think you may all return to your quarters. Good night.
Yes. Good night, Doctor.
I'll go along with you, Karen. I'd like
Professor, I'd prefer that you didn't.
Didn't what?
That you didn't talk to Miss Somerset. Go to your own cabins, if you please.
Very well. Good night.
Well, what are you waiting for, Hal?
Look, Doc, are you really serious about this business of staying out here until we run out of water and food?
If necessary.
Look, Suppose I tip you off to something.
Tip me off? I'd rather have something definite, Mr. Norton.
Yeah. Well, I discovered something. I know who killed Ona. So whoever killed Ona must have been the one who killed your brother. Right?
It sounds logical. Go on.
Well, if I'd killed Gerald because of Ona, it doesn't make sense that I'd kill the girl I loved.
Go on, I follow you.
The one who killed Ona certainly didn't care about her. Therefore, it must have been one of the other two. Either Karen or the professor.
Yes?
Well, I discovered something.
Who is it?
In view of what happened to Ona when she tried to tell you something I'd rather not say just now.
And when would you like to tell what you know?
You turn this boat around, head for home. And just before we reach port, I'll tell you.
Oh, I'm not that stupid. You're stalling for time.
I'm not. I know who shot Ona.
I'll tell you what, Hal. I'll wait another week, and if nothing happens, if the guilty one isn't found, then I'll turn around and accept your proposition. But you'd better know what you're talking about.
Don't worry. I know. I know plenty. Good night.
Good night, Hal.
Hal Norton steps out of the doctor's cabin, completely unaware of the figure in the shadows by the open window, and goes to his cabin confident that he now has complete control of the situation. A few moments later, the captain in his cabin is manipulating the radio phone, attempting to make contact with the mainland.
Hello. 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 Hello, this is the yacht Mongoose calling. The Mongoose calling. Hello. Hello. Mongoose to mainland. Yacht Mongoose calling Globe Radio. Come in. Emergency. Skipper of Yacht Mongoose calling Globe Radio. Yacht Mongoose, emergency. Yacht Mongoose, position 10 degrees north, 170 degrees west. I can't understand why I can't... What do you want? What are you doing here? Get out of here. Keep away from me or I'll... Oh.
Now, with 2 murder victims aboard, the ill-fated yacht and its strange cargo pushes on south and west. Ona Raymond dead, and now the captain, and the radio phone damaged beyond repair. The captain's body is not discovered till sunup, but immediately following the discovery, the doctor calls his guests to his cabin.
What's happened now, Doctor? Why rout us out at this early hour?
Why, don't be so excited, Professor.
I'm not excited.
Sit down, Professor.
Have a cigarette, Doctor?
Yes, thank you.
Light? I think, Dr. Durant, that you had best sit down and take things easy.
What do you mean?
And the way your fingers and hands are trembling, something's upset you considerably.
Is that so?
Yes. Well, what's happened now? Someone tried to kill you during the night?
I'll wait till Miss Somerset gets here, if you don't mind. And Hal Norton.
Have you decided to go back, Doctor?
No. No, I'm not going back. And of that, I'm determined.
Do you know what I think? I think you're somewhat unbalanced.
What is it, Doctor? What's going on now?
Well, come in, Karen. The doctor wants to talk to us. But he won't talk till the 3 of us are here.
Sit down, Miss Somerset. Sit down and be calm. Why are you trembling, Miss Somerset?
Oh, why shouldn't I be? To be waked out of a sleep and... Well...
Go on, Miss Somerset.
Well, this isn't the most pleasant voyage I've ever been on.
What has upset you, Karen?
Why, nothing. Nothing but the whole idea back of this trip.
Don't worry, Karen. I just asked the doctor the same question. For some strange reason, he didn't want to say what made him upset.
I prefer to say no more about this until Hal Norton gets here. Hal Norton and the captain. I want the captain to be present. He said he'd be right in.
All right. All right, Doctor. We'll just wait till they get here.
And you, Karen, you don't mind waiting for the captain?
Certainly not, but I...
What were you going to say?
Oh, nothing.
I'm going to have the captain radio phone the mainland.
Radio phone? What?
That the murderer of my brother is aboard. That I know who it is.
You should radio that you have a lunatic aboard. You yourself.
One of you knows that the radio...
One of us knows what? What about the radio?
I'll wait till Hal Norton gets here before I continue.
Well, what's keeping him?
Doctor, I just went after Mr. Norton, and he's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, dead as a doornail. He's been stabbed.
Dead?
Yeah. He's cold as an icicle.
I see. Will you tell the captain to come to my cabin at once?
The captain? Well, I don't think he can. I mean,
You heard what I said, Johnson.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, what's the matter with that sailor?
I haven't the slightest idea.
He seemed startled.
Did he?
Doctor, you're lying. What's happened to the captain?
He's dead.
What? Doctor.
Yes. Someone killed him and smashed the radio phone. The same one who later killed Hal Norton.
Why were you stalling?
I wanted to watch your reactions when I said the captain would be here in a few moments.
He's trying to frighten us.
Unfortunately, neither of you reacted in the way I'd expected.
Well?
But now that Hal is dead, it obviously narrows down to just you two. You, Karen, and the professor. One of you. And the sooner you give up, the better. Because as sure as I'm standing here, one of you, the guilty one, will kill the other.
Nonsense. Suppose I did kill your brother because I loved Karen. Why should I kill Karen, the one I love?
Wait a minute, John. I hate to say this, but you did have a motive for killing his brother. You were in love with me, and I told you definitely that I could never marry anyone but Gerald Durant.
I know.
You could have killed Gerald, and then when you came aboard this yacht and learned the situation...
Karen, what are you trying to say?
Ona Raymond could have learned something about your having killed Gerald. And when she was about to tell the doctor, you could have killed her. And maybe Hal, maybe he knew in some way who killed Ona. And you learned that, so you killed him.
That's very logical. But on the other hand, take yourself, Karen. This is purely hypothetical, understand. You learned that Gerald, the doctor's brother, was madly in love with Ona Raymond, the chorus girl. So you killed him. Then, when Ona started to tell the doctor who it was, you killed her.
Yes, that's logical, too, but...
Wait now. Hal Norton discovered who had killed Ona. And when he decided to tell the doctor who did that, well, you could have killed Hal.
Oh, very well. But Hal said he knew who killed Ona, but he wouldn't divulge the name until this yacht had reached its home port.
Probably because he was afraid of the same thing that happened to Ona when she started to tell what she knew.
But it's now reduced down to two suspects. You, Professor, and Karen.
That's right.
So I'll leave it as it is, for the two of you to figure out. And will not return until the score is settled.
It might have been Ona who killed her brother, or it might even have been Hal Norton. And another thing, do you know whom I consider another suspect?
Whom?
You, Doctor. You could have killed your brother.
Why should I go to all this trouble if I had killed him?
To place the blame on someone else.
Why, you're mad. Stark raving mad.
I think you're the one who's mad. I think you're a diabolical maniac.
Get out of here. Get out!
Come on, Karen, let's go. And it's my opinion that we'd better not close our eyes tonight. Not once.
A few hours later, the professor steps up to the doctor's cabin door, tries the knob, works a key in the lock, and steps inside.
Who's there?
Put up your hands, Doctor, and stay where you are.
What do you want, Professor?
Pick up that phone and order this ship to head for the nearest island.
I'll do no such thing.
Do as I say, or I'll kill you.
All right. But you won't get away with this.
Yes, sir?
Set a course for the nearest island at once.
Yes, sir, at once.
And order all hands to abandon ship within 1 hour.
What?
Because I have a time bomb set in a certain place, and the ship will blow up in an hour. Go on, tell them.
All hands abandon ship within 1 hour.
Why, sir, what's happened?
Tell him not to stop the engines.
Don't stop the engines.
I understand, sir.
That you yourself have hidden the bomb, and the ship will blow up in an hour. Go on.
I've planted a time bomb in the yacht, and it'll blow up in an hour.
What? Why, yes, sir, I'll give the orders at once. Doctor,
Abandon ship. Hang up.
Abandon ship.
Now, Dr. Durant, you might as well sit down on that bed and relax.
Relax? How can I relax?
Like this. That will keep you quiet, Doctor. Abandon ship! Abandon ship! The doctor's gone crazy!
He just phoned me. What does he mean?
He's lost his mind. Says he planted a time bomb to blow us up.
Well, why should he do that?
He's insane. It may go off sooner than an hour.
Abandon ship! Abandon ship!
John!
Abandon ship!
John, what's wrong? What's happened?
Get back to your cabin. Get back and stay there. Hurry.
What do they mean, abandon ship?
Get back to your cabin. I'll be there in a minute.
The hands abandon ship, and when they are well away from the yacht, the professor rushes below deck and opens the seacocks. And as the water rushes in, he hurries to Karen's cabin.
Karen, come on.
No, not until you tell me what's happened.
There isn't time for that. I'll explain later. Hurry, up on deck. The ship's sinking.
What?
Come on, we haven't a moment to lose.
John, it is. It is sinking. What's happened?
The doctor went crazy. He tried to sink the ship with a bomb and kill us both. Come on. There's a raft. We'll get off before it blows up. Hurry.
Karen and the professor make themselves fast aboard the raft, and a few minutes later the yacht throws its bow in the air and shudders for a moment. Then... Weeks pass, and Karen and the professor, much to their sorrow, have found they selected a raft short on provisions, little water or food. Now the tropic sun is slowly devouring them.
John.
Yes, Karen.
Are you sure there's land around here?
I thought there was. Or
what, John?
I wouldn't have done it.
Why don't you tell me the truth, John? What happened?
Well, I did it. I sank the ship.
You? Why?
The doctor was insane. I knew that. It was the only way to save ourselves. I made him order the hands to abandon ship. Then I opened the sea cocks. It blew up the boilers.
And what became of the doctor?
Well, he went down with the ship. Believe me, Karen, it was the best way.
Best way. And here we are, our food gone, the water exhausted.
I was positive there was an island near here. We must be caught in a current and have been drifting in the opposite direction.
I can't stand this sun. It's driving me crazy. I can't stand it.
Karen, darling.
Yes, John.
I love you, Karen.
I know, but what does it matter now?
I've got to tell you something. Got to. I know now that we haven't a chance.
What?
For a while, I was certain of our position. Now, I want to tell you this. I did kill Ona.
John.
I killed her, and I killed Hal Norton.
What are you saying?
Because I knew you were the guilty one. I knew you were the one who killed the doctor's brother. But you were justified in killing him, Karen. I knew Ona had discovered the truth, so I killed her. I knew that Hal knew what had happened to Ona, so I killed Hal. The doctor was insane with revenge. So I blew up the ship, and that took care of him. Now, no one will ever know.
Oh, but you're wrong, John. I didn't kill Gerald Durant.
But Karen, who else could have?
I don't know, but I didn't.
What does it matter now, Karen? The ship has gone down with all the evidence. Ona, Hal, the doctor. The crew is ever picked up. Everything will be blamed on the doctor's insanity.
Whether I'm guilty or not, what does it matter now? You know we haven't a chance. I can tell by the way you talk. I know what's going to happen. This Thursday, it'll get worse. And we'll go out of our heads and start drinking seawater.
Please, darling.
You see, it's getting you, too.
Yes. I'll have to admit it. Can't last much longer. Karen, it's going to get worse and worse. It'll be torture. So, here's a revolver. Why prolong the agony? It's bad enough now.
Oh, but, John, I wouldn't have the nerve. I just couldn't. I'm a coward.
You'll not suffer. You'll never know what happened.
No, I can't. I'm afraid.
Karen, look. What is that? Over there.
I don't see anything. Just a bit of fog.
You sure? Are you sure?
No, John, there's nothing. It's just... Well...
I thought for a moment I saw a ship.
I can't see a thing.
No. No, I guess it was just my eyes.
Is that the way it starts, John?
Yes, it won't be long now.
There are sharks all about us.
Yes, Karen. If we were to jump in, it might be a prolonged death. Horribly painful.
All right, John. Whatever you say.
Then turn around, Karen.
No, I'll do it myself, but I want to be sure.
Very well. I'll go first. Will that convince you that it's painless?
Yes.
All right.
John!
confess that John Mallory had killed himself. But an hour later, the ship John thought he saw pulled alongside the raft in response to Karen's frantic signals. And on the raft were a woman and a dead man, a suicide. Yes, it was the ship John thought he saw, the ship Karen said she didn't see. But she saw it. She knew it was there, but she lied so that John would die first. Very clever, Karen. You are now safe aboard the ship, and no one knows but you and I that you were the one who killed the doctor's brother. And the captain of the yacht, and now all those who might threaten your freedom are out of the way. Not one remains. Most ingenious, Karen.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
Here is a bulletin from the CBS News Bureau. Allied Headquarters, North Africa. General Dwight D. Eisenhower has just officially announced that the Allies are invading Sicily. The communique reads, Anglo-American Canadian forces under command of General Eisenhower began landing operations in Sicily. Landings were preceded by an air attack. Naval forces escorted the assault forces and bombarded the coast defenses during the assault. Stay tuned to CBS for late developments. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Be sure to hear our special guest at the end of today's program. And now, the thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. Brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Get the jump on winter. Put in a supply of blue coal now, and you'll have a head start on cold weather. Don't wait until some of your family start catching cold before you tackle your heating problem. It's so easy to start the season off right with comfortable, economical blue coal. So place your order now. And remember, this year it's well to start the season with a big supply. The producers of blue coal expect no shortage of this finest of all hard coal, but present unsettled conditions make it wise to be prepared. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow and order your winter supply of blue coal. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Hoodoo Ship. The date, 1850. The place, aboard the slave ship Raven, flying between Africa and America.
Mr. Carway, sir. What is it now, Peters? What thunderation do you want?
That ship, sir.
What ship?
The ship, sir, that has been following us since yesterday noon.
Tell the first mate to pile on more canvas. We'll outrun her.
Every piece of canvas we have is in use, sir. If we're caught with our cargo...
We'll not be caught with our cargo.
But the ship's a man of war, and she's faster taking us.
We'll not be caught with our cargo, mister.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean we're dumping those slaves overboard.
But they'll drown.
Without a trace. Ha. The man of war may catch us, mister, but she'll never be able to prove we carried slaves. Well, why are you standing there, Gape George? You heard my orders. Over the side with a lot of them. And when the man of war comes athwart us and asks our cargo, tell them we don't carry one. That we're just traveling for our health.
And that, Lamont and Miss Lane, is the history of this old ship, the Raven.
A pretty gruesome history, Mr. Crew.
But how does the haunted story originate?
On almost every voyage this old ship made after that, someone died. Finally, men refused to sail her. She's been harbored for the last 20 years.
How long have you had this ship?
Only a short while. You see, I was in something of a spot with the government taking over most of the merchant marine, and when I found the Raven for sale, it was a godsend.
Well, were you told about this legend of death concerning the ship when you bought it?
Yes, but I thought it was just a story. A story such as any old sailing ship might have acquired in its long life.
Something has happened to make you think otherwise?
On its first trip from my plantations, the captain was murdered in his cabin.
Oh, but that doesn't necessarily
The door
mean
was locked from the inside, and there wasn't a mark on his body. Frankly, Cranston, I, too, am beginning to believe this ship is accursed.
I was watching the men taking the stuff off in that boat while I was waiting for you and Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, were you, Shrevey?
Yes, sir. Ain't it too bad that the days of sailing boats is over, that they're over?
Why do you say that, Shrevey?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I read it somewheres. I was just making with the conversation, like they say. You two have been so quiet, I was just making with the conversation.
Like they say.
Yeah. Gee, I would like very much to be a sailor. Sailing on the briny deep and batten down the hatches and stuff.
Well, Shrevey, I don't think you'd like that ship.
Why not? I'm thinking to myself, that ship is beautiful.
In a repulsive sort of way.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Shrevey, that ship once carried slaves from Africa to America.
Is that so? Well, you can't blame the ship, you can't blame.
No, but the taint of the men who indulged in that business still seems to stick to her.
Well, that's quite understandable. What do you mean, Mr. Cranston?
That ship is haunted.
Oh, well, you mean it's got ghosts, it's got?
Shrevey, watch where you're driving.
Yes, ma'am. I thought for a minute you said the ship was haunted.
She did.
Oh, Shrevey, you're too excitable.
Yes, ma'am. I'll keep reminding myself of that. I'll keep.
Well, after all, it may be only a peculiar combination of circumstances.
Lamont, don't you believe what Mr. Carew told us?
That the captain was found dead in his cabin?
With the door locked on the inside?
Margot, the captain may have died from natural causes. There were no marks of violence on his body, and as he was buried at sea...
What about the wailing noises that were heard the night he died? What about that awful smell aboard ship? An odor of death? Was all that just coincidence?
Yeah, how about that, Mr. Cranston? Coincidence?
Well, it hardly seems likely, but...
What about all the trouble Mr. Carew had with the men being afraid to sail the ship again? Do you think you could scare all those men with a peculiar combination of circumstances?
No, that's very true. Well, you've convinced me, Margot.
Well...
Convinced me that I ought to accept Mr. Carew's offer to sail with him aboard the Raven.
Sail? But Lamont, I'll have to start shopping like mad for cruise clothes.
Margot...
Let me see.
Margot... You didn't hear me correctly. Mr. Carew asked me to sail with him. Just me.
Oh, Lamont, you wouldn't...
Margot, that's final. This is one time you're not going along.
Well, Lamont, needless to say, I'm glad that you've decided to come along this trip.
All right, there you man.
Funny, but I've got a strange feeling about this particular voyage. A feeling that I may not come back alive.
Oh, now, Carew.
Well, Mr. Carew,
We'll be sailing with the tide in about 20 minutes.
Good. Captain Flanagan, this is our one and only passenger, Lamont Cranston.
How do you do? Well, how do you do, sir? So you're the gentleman who's going to ferret out our spook, eh?
Oh. You know the ghost legend?
Captain Flanagan knows all about it.
Mr. Cranston, I am not a superstitious man. I've examined my cabin where this so-called murder took place from stem to stern and can't find a hiding place big enough even for a ghost. If a spook is going to clamber down that porthole tonight, I'll welcome him with open arms and buy him a spot of rum. He'll deserve it. Now, gentlemen, I'm more worried about my crew than I am of any ghosts. Never in all my years at sea have I seen a meaner or uglier bench of men.
Well, they were the only men we could get, Captain. Sailors are superstitious about a hoodoo ship.
Hey, Captain, look aloft. That man's going to fall off the rigging.
Oh, don't worry about him. Even with one leg, he's more agile than the rest.
Yes. That wooden leg of his doesn't seem to hinder him at all.
That's Rock, the bosun, Captain.
And he's the ugliest of an ugly lot.
Well, he's a good man. I don't know how I'd ever have a crew for you if he hadn't persuaded the men to sign on for another voyage.
I hear you. Bosun, come here.
Aye, sir.
Rock, this is our new skipper, Captain Flanagan.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to the good ship Raven.
Haven't I met you someplace before, Mr. Rock?
Not that I recall, sir.
You look familiar to me. But perhaps I'm mistaken.
Yes, sir.
Is that tobacco you're chewing, Mr. Rock?
That it is, sir.
I won't have any chewing or smoking while you're on duty.
Yes, sir. Over the side it goes, sir.
Good. Mr. Rock, I have been informed the discipline aboard the ship has been very lax.
Oh?
I'll not tolerate that. As soon as we're out to sea, I want to talk to the entire crew.
I'll see that they're assembled on deck, sir.
Good. Now, back to your work, Mr. Rock.
Aye, sir.
Don't you think you're being a little hard on him, Captain?
Mr. Carew, I hope you won't mind my telling you this, but I'm the captain of this ship. You're the owner. But once we're out to sea, this ship is my responsibility.
No offense, Captain. I quite understand.
Captain Flanagan, for a moment you thought you recognized Rock.
Yes.
Who did you think he was?
A man who used to work for me some years back. And I must have been mistaken. And now, gentlemen, will you do me the honor of dining in my cabin tonight? Perhaps the presence of three men who don't believe he exists will discourage our ghost. Well, Mr. Cranston, Mr. Carew, when we hit that typhoon, there weren't enough able-bodied men aboard her to bury the dead. Oh, yes.
Captain, is it all right if I clean the dishes away, sir?
Yeah, clear away, Jess.
Yes, sir.
Well, you were saying, Captain, about the typhoon.
Yes, that's a very interesting yarn, Captain.
Well, for 3 days and 3 nights it blew. I lashed myself to the wheel with the waves breaking across the deck. Finally, the first mate relieved me, and I crawled into my cabin more dead than alive. I didn't care whether the ship sank or not.
I've gone through that same thing, Captain.
You mean lashed to the wheel?
Oh, no, seasickness.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, Lamont, I'm afraid I have a touch of it myself right now.
Oh, no, Carew.
Yes, Cranston. So if you'll both excuse me, I think I'll go out on deck for a little fresh air.
Jess, what's the matter with you? You've broken all the dishes.
What are you staring at?
Yeah, the horns. They've come. I know that.
He's looking at that locker over there in the corner.
Yeah. I seen the door move. Yeah, there's something in there.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Come out.
Yes, Lamont.
Margot.
Miss Lane.
Who is this woman?
I'll explain, Captain. Margot, what do you think you're doing?
A very bad job of stowing away, Lamont. But a very good job of being seasick.
Margot.
Here I am, Lamont.
Oh. Feeling any better, Margot?
Yes, a little, thanks.
Well, you can go below now if you want to. Go to have my cabin. Carew and I are going to bunk together.
Oh, thanks, Lamont. You're a dear.
Wait till this voyage is over before you thank me, Margot. Things are brewing aboard this old ship. Things that may result in the death of any of us.
Have you learned anything yet, Lamont?
Not yet, Margot. But the shadow is going to Captain Flanagan's cabin tonight.
Well, what can you gain by questioning Captain Flanagan?
I'm not going to question him, Margot. Tonight, the Shadow is going to be merely an observer. Because I think that an attempt will be made on the captain's life. And I'm going to prevent it, if I can.
Who's there? Who's there?
It's only me, miss. Jess the steward.
Oh, you frightened me for a minute.
You pardon my saying so, miss. The deck of this ship ain't no place for a young lady to be alone this time of night.
I'm beginning to think you're right, Jess.
This ship is haunted.
What?
I got a feeling that something's going to happen tonight.
Jess, you don't believe in ghosts, do you?
Maybe yes. Maybe no. But I don't like the feel of death in the air tonight.
Is that you over there?
No, it's I, Margot.
Where's Lamont? He didn't come back to the cabin.
What? I don't know. What's the matter?
There's something unearthly about. Miss Lane, do you notice that odor?
What? Yes. Oh.
The odor of death. The same odor that permeated the ship when Captain Rutherford was killed on the last voyage.
Quick, we've got to find Lamont. Jess, you go around to the... But where is he?
Who?
Jess. I was just talking to him.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. He was right here a minute ago.
I didn't see anyone talking to you when I came up.
But he was here, I know it. What's that?
That wailing I heard, too, when Captain Rutherford was killed. That scream came from Captain Flanagan's cabin. Come on, hurry!
In a moment, our curtain will rise on Act Two. Meantime, let's talk about how you and your family can keep warm from now until next May. Heat your home with blue coal. You know, it's a fact that with blue coal, which is the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal, you can enjoy comfortable, even warmth throughout your house. Let the cold winter winds blow. You'll be snug and completely free of heating care. One reason it's so easy to heat with blue coal is that it's delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant. Another reason, and one you want to be sure to remember, is the new Deluxe Blue Coal Heat Regulator. Every home should have one. It's as easy to operate as an electric light switch. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature. You can let the weatherman do his work. You're always comfortable. Ask for a free demonstration of the Blue Coal Heat Regulator in your own home. No obligation whatever. Get in touch with your reliable neighborhood Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in your classified phone directory. Remember the name, Blue Coal. Blue Coal is color marked for your protection with a harmless blue tint. And now, back to the Shadow.
He's dead. Captain Flanagan is dead.
Oh, Mr. Carew. His face is so contorted. He must have suffered horribly. Oh, Lamont.
I heard the scream and came running. What is it?
Look for yourself, Cranston. Captain Flanagan is dead. The same way that Rutherford got it. And not a mark on him.
I think you're wrong, Carew. There's a slight scratch on his forehead.
Let me see. So there is. How could a little scratch like that have caused his death? And where is the murder weapon?
Mr. Carew, you've had plantations in the West Indies for many years. Haven't you ever heard of a native poison brewed from the roots of strange herbs called maunagua? It's known to cause instant death.
Why, no. No, I don't know the poison. Why do you ask?
Why? Because in some mysterious way, Captain Flanagan was murdered with that drug.
The way you talk, Lamont, it seemed that you believed Mr. Carew had committed the murder.
Perhaps he has, Margot.
But you were there when it happened. You must have seen how it was done.
Margot, I was right in the cabin when it happened, but I might have been in New York for all the good it did me. The Shadow went to Captain Flanagan's cabin last night. The door was locked and bolted, so I knocked. When he opened the door to see who it was, the shadow slipped into the cabin. Then he locked and bolted the door again. But before I could...
I could have sworn I heard someone knock at the door. Must be my imagination. Well, to bed. Strange. What's that odor? Smells like it's coming from that ventilator. And the wailing. Just as Carew said he...
Then he screamed and fell to the floor of the cabin. I heard you and Carew coming toward the cabin, and when Carew forced the door, the shadow slipped out.
And you didn't see how it happened?
No, Margot. I saw it happen, but the whole thing had me completely baffled.
Come in.
Begging your pardon, miss, but Mr. Carew wants both you and Mr. Cranston, sir, to come up on the bridge.
Did he say what for, Rock?
There seems to be some trouble, sir. The men refuse to go on. It looks pretty serious. I think you'd better talk to them, Mr. Carew. They look like they're in a pretty dangerous mood.
Yes, they know how Flanagan died, and they want to turn back.
Well, we can't sail the ship without them. I guess you'd better union them.
But this is mutiny. It's unheard of in this day and age.
Oh, please do something, Mr. Carew.
All right, I'll do something. Something that may convince them.
Let's have some action around here!
Men, listen to me! We're going to continue our course to the West Indies.
Not in this present ship, we're not.
We want to turn back.
What happened to Captain Flanagan and happened to...
Let me speak! What happened to Captain Flanagan?
And Captain Rutherford, don't forget. The ship is hard.
It was all an accident. There was nothing supernatural about it.
This ship is cursed and we're not sailing. We want to turn back.
And we're going to turn back.
Men, please. Suppose I prove to you that there is nothing to fear on this ship.
How are you going to do it?
Then,
we want to know.
If I sleep in the captain's cabin and nothing happens to me, will you continue the voyage?
That's fair enough.
Fair enough it is.
You do it, and if nothing happens to you, we'll go on. Aye, you'll prove it to us.
I've never asked a man working for me to do anything that I wouldn't do. I'm sleeping in the captain's cabin tonight.
Now, have you got all that, Margot?
Let's see if I remembered everything. I'm to watch the porthole in the captain's cabin.
And don't forget to stay out of sight.
Right. When I get your signal.
Not my direct signal. The porthole slamming shut will be the signal.
That's right. Then I'm to shoot the gun.
And remember, just into the air to arouse the men of the crew. You're not to take a shot at the murderer. I'd like to take him alive.
Who is he, Lamont?
Well, I'm still not sure, Margot. But I do know how the murders were committed. I spent the whole afternoon inspecting the captain's cabin again, and at last it came to me. You see, the victims were awakened by...
Come in.
Carew.
I was looking for you, Lamont. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Well, if I can.
Do you want to speak with Lamont alone, Mr. Carew?
No, thank you. It may sound silly to you, Lamont, but would you take care of this letter for me?
A letter? What do you mean?
It's to my wife. Just in case, you know.
Oh, nothing's going to happen, Mr. Carew.
Why, of course not.
Of course not. I feel as though I'm taking that last long walk tonight. But it's something I've got to do. Nice evening, isn't it? Seems pretty fine to be alive. Well, I won't bore you with my emotions. Better have a go at that cabin. You will take care of that letter for me, won't you, Lamont?
Certainly.
So long.
He spoke as if he were going to die tonight.
And well he may, Margot. If anything goes wrong with the trap I've set for the killer. Well, let's get along. The shadow has work to do.
Now to lock and bolt the door. There. Now there's nothing to do but wait. I could go to bed and wait. Huh? What's that? Who's there? Strange. I thought I heard someone knocking. Huh. Must be my nerves.
Mr. Carew.
Voice. Maybe they're right. Maybe the ship is haunted.
No, Mr. Carew. It is the shadow's voice you heard.
I can't see you.
The shadow is invisible to your eyes. But let me reassure you, I am a man of flesh and blood, and I am your friend. I've cast a hypnotic mist over your mind, which makes me invisible.
I don't understand. What do you want of me?
I've come to help you, to save you from almost certain death.
How can you save me?
Be patient, Mr. Carew, and obey my orders, and we will outwit the killer.
But that odor. The odor of death.
The killer has come earlier than I expected.
And now the moaning. Shadow, that awful smell. It seems to be coming from the ventilator.
Mr. Carew.
What is it?
Don't move another step. You see the ventilator in front of the porthole?
Yes?
The murderer is just outside waiting for you to go to that ventilator. As you pass the open porthole, he will strike.
Then I won't pass it. I'll be safe if I don't.
You must pass it.
What?
If we are to catch our killer red-handed, please follow my instructions. Now, count 3 to yourself and walk toward the ventilator. When I shout now, drop to the floor instantly. Ready?
Ready. 1, 2, 3.
Are you all right, Mr. Carew?
Yes, I'm all right. What's all that shouting about?
Unless I'm mistaken, that means our killer's criminal days are over. If you'll examine the porthole, you'll find a sharp steel needle dangling from a silk thread. But be extremely careful of the way you handle it, as it's coated with a very deadly poison. That, Mr. Carew, is the murder weapon.
Oh, Lamont, Mr. Carew is about the happiest man in the world this morning.
Well, he should be. He came very close to following Captain Rutherford and Captain Flanagan as the killer's third victim.
And Rock is in chains in the hole, Lamont?
Yes. Carew's turning him over to the authorities as soon as we dock at Tacito.
Well, did Rock finally admit why he had committed these murders?
Well, Margot, it seems Rock had been hired by another concern to ruin Carew. Not only on this ship, but on any other ship that Carew might try to hire.
You know, Lamont, I still don't know how Rock could do all those things.
What things, Margot?
Well, for instance, the wailing sound that we heard.
Well, that's simple enough. He rigged up some large tin drums on a rosin cord hung onto the yardarm. When the wind whirled them about, it produced our moaning sound.
But what about the odor? That terrible odor of death.
That was nothing more than a few basic chemicals placed in the ventilators. Our imagination supplied the so-called odor of death.
Oh, simple enough. But how did Rock actually commit the murders?
I knew, Margot, that the killer had used a blowgun and a poisoned dart. But what puzzled me was, what became of the dart? You remember we couldn't find it.
Oh, now, Lamont, that's not so simple.
On the contrary, Margot, Rock merely slid down a rope to the porthole, shot his poisoned dart, and retrieved it by pulling it back on a silk thread.
Huh, as simple as all that? Why, I could have figured that out if I'd had time enough.
Well, of course you could, dear. Give you time enough and you could have figured it out, certainly. There's only one thing you overlooked, Margot.
What's that, Lamont?
A peculiar characteristic of our friend Carew.
Really? What characteristic?
He just doesn't like being buried at sea.
Well, you can understand. Oh, Lamont!
We have a special announcement to make in just a few moments, but now we'd like to present to you Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, they say that well begun is half done. And I want to point out to you today the truth of that old saying as it applies to modern home heating. You know, there's really nothing complicated about the operation of a furnace. Although, as experience perhaps has shown you, there are seemingly simple things that can cause you trouble. Now, why do these troubles arise? Believe me when I tell you that most of them are caused by not starting out right. Well begun is half done. You'll find it pays you over and over again to take pains at the beginning of the season to start your heating plant off right. Now, here's my suggestion. Call your reliable Blue Coal dealer, and he'll send an expert, John Barclay-trained serviceman to your home. There's no charge whatever for this. He'll check your heating plant thoroughly and start you on a comfortable and economical fall and winter season. Call him tomorrow, before cold weather settles in for good. You'll be surprised and delighted to find how much easier and how much more efficient it is to heat your home the blue coal way. Phone your friendly blue coal dealer tomorrow. Thank you.
It's our great privilege to present to you at this time Mr. Norman Weiser of Radio Daily. Mr. Weiser, as editor and critic, has long been regarded as a leading authority in the world of radio drama. Mr. Weiser.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, radio today is certainly a major influence in the field of drama. Radio dramatizations such as The Shadow are very carefully selected and are designed particularly to suit the listening tastes of an exceptionally discriminating audience. Today, I am representing Harper & Brothers in commemoration of their new book, Writers' Radio Theater of 1940-1941, which contains the 10 outstanding radio dramas of that period. It is my honor to present one of the 10 Merit Awards to The Shadow, as having contributed one of the best radio dramas of the year. It was called The Ghost Walks Again, written by Jerry Devine, produced by Wilson Tuttle, and presented over this network March 16, 1941.
Thank you, Mr. Norman Weiser, and thank you, Radio Daily. Today's program was based on a copyrighted story. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you another thrilling adventure of the shadow. Be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your friendly blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. So don't forget, keep the home fires burning with blue coal.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Connie. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some boy I know is thinking of taking up murder for a career. Yeah, he figures with all the money involved, the least he can do is make a stab at it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Happy Hoodlum. Friends, before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you how you can have sandwiches and snacks and appetizers and salad toppings more easily and quickly than ever. Just make them with any of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Kraft cheese spreads are so smooth and easy to spread, and they're so good eating. There are creamy, mild-tasting ones and sharp-tasting varieties, too, all simply delicious. And, of course, all are of the finest quality because they are made by Kraft, a name that's been famous for years for top-quality foods. Try them, won't you? Tomorrow, get several of these handy, delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, the case of the Happy Hoodlum. It's late afternoon in New York, and a tall, thin man with a dirty trench coat walks up the steps of the Revere building. His name is Marty Kramer. Mr. Kramer is embarked on a mission where the chances are 1,000,000 to 1 against him. Apparently, that doesn't bother him. He smiles as he takes the elevator down to the basement where the Revere Express Company has its headquarters. Then, still smiling, he marches down the hall to a door marked Employees Only and barges right in.
Hey, just a second there, mister.
Yeah?
You don't work here.
Do you?
Yes.
Good, then maybe you can help me out. Where do they keep the dough around here?
Are you crazy?
Don't tell me the stories I heard about this place aren't true. I saw a piece in the Sunday paper that said you always have $2 or $3 million on tap.
Now, look, mister.
No, you look, friend, because I got a little more than you have. That's right, it's a gun. And if you don't want a practical demonstration of how it works, you better take me to where they keep the dough.
Okay, you're the doctor.
Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
You said you wanted to go into the bullion room, didn't you?
That's right.
Well, I've got to get my pass. They won't let me in without it.
Where is it?
In that drawer.
Okay. Open it slowly. And don't put your hand in there until I can see what you're doing. Hold it. What's that?
Oh, that? Why, that's the signal for one of the drivers that a bank wants him for a pickup.
You wouldn't try to kid me, would you, friend?
So help me, it's the truth.
All right, where's your pass?
Right here.
Now, which way do we go?
Down the hall.
Okay, let's move.
Say, tell me something, mister.
Yeah?
That piece you read in the paper.
What about it?
Did it tell you how many armed guards we have in the joint?
68, wasn't it?
That's right. And you expect to pick up an odd million and walk out without anyone bothering you.
I'm doing it, ain't I?
You haven't got the million yet.
Just give me time, pal. Where do we go now?
In here. That's where they get the shipments ready for the trucks.
Okay, open the door. Now, don't forget, I'm right behind you.
And I'm right behind you, mister.
What?
Just drop the gun, Pally.
You got him, Paul?
Yeah, I got him. All right, Barney. Frisk him.
Right.
You don't have to do that. I'm clean.
I know, but we don't believe in taking chances.
I can see that. That drawer you opened was connected with an alarm, wasn't it?
That's right.
Real cute.
What's your name, mister?
Marty Kramer.
You escaped from some lunatic asylum? You didn't think for a minute you'd walk in here and heist this place?
Well, I guess I was over-optimistic,
You're over something. Now, look, Kramer. What do you got up your sleeve?
Not a thing. Ask your friend. He just frisked me.
Don't be a wise guy. You're on the spot.
So it would seem, wouldn't it?
I don't get your angle.
Angle?
Yeah. You knew darn well you didn't have a prayer of getting away with this job. Now, why'd you do it?
As long as you put it on that basis, I'll tell you.
Well?
I just wanted to prove to the kiddies that crime doesn't pay.
Yeah? Oh.
Hello, Mike.
Sergeant Corbett.
You going to invite me in?
I don't know why I should. Come on. Let me take your coat.
No, thanks. I can't stay long.
Oh. How about a little,
What time is it?
5 to 6.
You sure you're not 5 minutes slow?
Come to think of it, I am.
Good, then I'm off duty. I'll have a short one.
What's on your mind, Sergeant?
It's funny you should ask that.
Why?
If there is something on my mind. Did you read about that boy named Marty Kramer?
Lad who tried to heist the Revere Express Company yesterday?
Yeah. How do you figure it?
Simple, he's crazy.
No, he isn't. He's as sane as you are, if that means anything.
Well, he certainly couldn't have believed he stood a chance of walking off with the loot.
No, he wanted to get caught.
Why?
That's what bothers me. I can't make it out. Can you?
Sergeant, what are you getting at?
I'd like you to look in on Kramer.
Are you out of your mind?
I guess I am. You know, if you do this, there won't be a dime in it for you.
You must think I'm as crazy as you are.
I do. What do you say, Mike?
Well, if everybody's going to act nuts, I might as well get into the act, too. Okay, I'll do it.
All right, Kramer. Mike Waring's here.
Mike Waring?
Yeah. You have 10 minutes, Mike.
Thanks, Mac.
Wait a minute, Buster. Who sent for you?
Sergeant Corbett asked me to look in on you. My name is Mike Waring.
You the bird they call the Falcon?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want with me?
Sergeant Corbett feels there's a lot more to your case than meets the eye. And I'm inclined to agree with him.
Well, you're wrong. I tried to pull a job and I was caught. That's all there is to it.
There are too many things it leaves unexplained.
Such as?
Such as your background. Your name isn't really Marty Kramer.
No? Then what is it?
I don't know. All I could find out is that you came to New York 6 weeks ago. Where from, nobody seems to know.
Maybe I'm ashamed of my past.
I don't see why. You have no criminal record that the police can discover. This was your first offense.
Always the first time for everything.
Well, it goes deeper than that, Kramer. You weren't hard-pressed for cash, either.
Oh, how do you know?
I went through your room, found this bank book there.
Who gave you a license to go through my stuff?
The police. There's $7,000 in that account.
Well, maybe that wasn't enough for me.
Well, you certainly couldn't hope to pick up more at the Revere Express Company.
A fella can try.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't have your heart in it. The DA showed me the gun they took away from you up there.
Yeah?
Yeah. That thing couldn't hurt a fly. The firing pin was filed all the way down.
You're out of your mind, Falcon.
Now, don't tell me that. I saw the gun.
Well, if the pin was shot, I didn't know about it. You don't think I'd do anything as silly as that?
I think you're doing something a lot sillier. Now, look, Kramer, you better start talking. Unless you level with me, they're really going to pop it to you.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Can I help it if I'm nosy?
Well, maybe this'll cure you.
Oh, Mike! What's going on in there?
Nothing. I'm all right, Mac.
What's the idea, Kramer?
I'm just settling accounts with my friend here. That was the down payment, Waring. If you insist on working for me in the future, you can expect a lot more.
This is Ed Hurley here again, friends. Say, I'd like to tell you how you can get compliments from the small fry. Next time the children want something to eat between meals, send out their favorite crispy crackers and a glass or two of Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, one of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Then watch those youngsters go to it. Watch how their faces light up when they taste this delightfully mild cheese spread that's filled through and through with juicy bits of sweet sun-ripened pineapple. Mm-hmm. Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread is delicious. And it's smooth, too, for wonderfully easy spreading. And you know it's a snack the whole family can enjoy often. Because, like all the Kraft cheese spreads, it's a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest ingredients. It's a good idea to have several glasses of Kraft cheese spreads on hand always for a grand variety of snacks. Try Kraft Relish Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento Cheese Spread, Kraft Pimento Cheese Spread. In fact, all 9 delicious varieties. Look for them at your grocer's tomorrow. They come in bright, new tulip-patterned drinking glasses in a choice of 4 gay colors. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A week has passed since Mike Waring had his little talk with Marty Kramer. Apparently, it didn't do any good, for the next day, Kramer pleaded guilty to armed robbery and was sentenced to Sing Sing. Now, as we find him, he's making his grand entrance.
Come on, Kramer. Hey, Bailey. Bailey. Wake up. You got company.
What's the matter?
I want you to meet your new roommate. His name is Marty Kramer.
Oh, hiya, pal.
Hi.
If there's anything you want, Mr. Kramer, just ring. We have 24-hour service here.
Well, thanks a lot, McGraw, but I wouldn't think of disturbing you boys.
Well, make yourself at home, Kramer.
Thanks.
My name's Bailey.
Yeah, I know. I heard a lot about you.
I've heard a couple of things about you, too.
Have you?
Yeah, a fellow was telling me in the yard today that a Falcon was working for you. How come he couldn't get you off?
Maybe I didn't want him to, Bailey.
I don't dig you, pal.
Maybe I wanted to spend some time up here.
Why would anybody in his right mind want to do that?
It's a long story.
Well, that's okay. I got 10 years more to save. Yeah, what?
Yeah, help yourself, thanks.
Not much.
You see, there's a guy up here that I wanted to see.
Well, you certainly took the hard way, Kramer.
Well, 5 years ago, this guy was partners with my old man. My old man was a schnook. He trusted everybody. That was his mistake. One night, his partner cleaned him out and then put a match to the place. When the insurance dicks came over to investigate, this guy took a powder and my father was left holding the bag.
What happened?
Well, he couldn't stand the disgrace, so he blew his brains out.
Tough.
Yeah. Anyway, I promised myself that I'd make it up to the old boy. I've been looking for his partner ever since.
You find him?
Yep. Through a private eye.
The Falcon?
No, another guy. He told me my party was serving time in Sing Sing. That's why I arranged to visit here.
What's his party's name?
Bailey.
Huh?
Oh, now isn't that a coincidence? Just the same as yours. Where you from, Bailey?
Los Angeles.
Oh, that's funny. So was this guy I was telling you about.
Cut it out, Kramer.
You don't remember me, do you, friend?
No.
Of course, I didn't call myself Kramer in those days.
Now, look, you. Stay away from me. Hey, Mac! McGraw!
You're gonna get it, Bailey. I've waited 5 long years for this.
What's wrong with me?
You let him go, Kramer. Right after I squeeze the life out of him.
No, you don't.
Let me go. Come on, break it up. After breaking my arm. Then behave. You okay, Bailey?
Yeah, I think so.
Leave me alone with him for 1 minute. 1 minute, that's all I ask. What you're asking for is a stiff dose of solitary. All right, Kramer. Let's go.
Oh, go away. There's nobody here. Yeah?
That you, Mike?
Who the devil is this?
Now, that's no way to talk to an old friend.
Well, this wouldn't be Sergeant Corbett, would it?
Why not?
You realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
You're slow. I got a quarter after.
Look, if your purpose is to annoy me, you're succeeding very well.
Got a little news item I thought you might be interested in. Remember our friend, Marty Kramer?
Yeah, sure. What about him?
I just got word from Sing Sing. He tried to kill his cellmate, a boy named Bailey.
Oh, so that's why he wanted to go to jail.
What do you mean?
Well, obviously, this whole idea was a plot on the part of Kramer to get his hands on Bailey.
Maybe. I kind of doubt it, though. I got a hunch we haven't heard the last of our friend, Mr. Kramer. Don't ask me why. I just got a hunch.
Imagine how I felt, Logan. A couple of seconds more and it would have been all over. Instead, the guard had to break it up.
How long did they keep you in solitary, Kramer?
A week.
Was it bad?
It'll be worth it if I can get my hands on Bailey again.
Forget it. There's not a chance. That's why I transferred you in here with me.
I'll work it somehow.
What you got against Bailey, anyway?
Ah, never mind.
Come on, I won't give you away.
There's something he did to my old man 5 years ago.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You got the wrong guy.
Oh, no, I haven't.
When'd you say this happened?
5 years ago in L.A.
Well, that proves it. Bailey's been in here since 1940.
What are you trying to give me?
What's the truth, Kramer? Someone give you a bum steer. This ain't the same Bailey.
You're lying.
Okay, don't believe me, but I saw his record myself. I used to help around the warden's office when I first came here in 45.
Well, that's true. I did all this for nothing.
You ought to be glad you didn't kill him.
I got to get out of here, Logan.
You kidding?
Don't you understand this was all a mistake?
That's tough, pal, but can't be helped.
Let me out! Let me out! Pipe down there, Kramer, unless you want another session in solitary. I got to speak to the warden. Okay, I'll make an appointment.
Cut it out, Kramer. It won't do you no good.
I got to get out of here, Logan.
Sure.
If I can't do it any other way, I'm going to make a break.
Don't be a chump.
I tell you I can do it. Are you with me?
You just sounding off to hear yourself talk?
No, I tell you I can do it.
How?
Is there anyone outside you can count on for help?
No.
Aren't you married?
No. I got a girl in Jersey.
How about her?
How do you think I got in here in the first place?
She squeal on you?
That's what a couple of people would like me to believe. I was running the biggest gambling joint in town till Martha got friendly with Philip Hernandez.
Phil Hernandez?
One of my competitors. He and Martha got awful chummy.
Well, that doesn't mean she sold you out.
It does when you add to it the fact that that's how we met originally. Only this boy she fingered was some character from Chicago, and he was married to her. And the more I think of it, the more I'd like to ask Miss Martha Pierce a couple of questions.
What do you say, Logan? Do you want in?
What's the deal?
Tonight, after roll call, one of us will pretend we're sick. When the guard comes in to investigate, we'll take care of him.
With what?
With this.
Hey, where'd you get that hunk of lead?
When I was in solitary, I noticed one of the water pipes was loose. I didn't think anyone would mind if I borrowed it.
Yeah, they're bound to find out it's gone.
Sure, next time they throw someone in solitary, but that may be days. And we'll use it tonight. All right, Logan, here he comes. Start moaning.
Yeah.
That's the ticket, pal. Keep it up.
What's the trouble there?
I don't know, Mac. Something's the matter with Logan.
Stand back from the door, Kramer. I'm coming in.
I think it's appendicitis.
Logan. Where does it hurt?
Right here.
Oh, I better get the doc.
Okay, Kramer, now.
What the...
Hello, Martha.
Philip, what are you doing here?
You heard the news?
What news?
There was a flash on the radio at 10:30. Your ex-boyfriend, he broke out of jail.
Logan?
Yes, he and a man named Marty Kramer.
Well, what do you know?
I know we better do something.
Don't tell me you're frightened, Philip.
Well, there's no point in taking chances. You know the kind of guy Logan is.
Suppose you leave Mr. Logan to me.
But maybe he'd think I made you squeal on him.
Well, didn't you?
No, it was all your idea, Martha. Remember, I didn't want you to do it.
Aren't you the brave boy?
Well, it's your fault. I was satisfied with the way things were. But no, you had big ideas.
This is the first time I heard you complain.
Well, I didn't know.
You don't know a lot of things. Now listen, Phil. If Logan knew about us, we would have heard from him before this.
But maybe somebody tell him now.
Then all he's got is suspicions. And I can talk him out of them. I've done it before.
You think he is in New York already?
Well, if he is, he must be with his friend Kramer.
You got any idea where they can be?
Maybe.
Where?
Never mind. What you don't know can't hurt you.
Tell me where, Martha.
Let go, Philip. You're hurting me.
Where are they?
You're going to regret that, Mr. Hernandez.
I'm sorry, Martha. I didn't mean it. It's just that I worry about Logan so.
You shouldn't, Phil. I've got a feeling Mr. Logan is the least of your worries.
Turn off that light.
Kramer.
Yeah. This time, Waring, I've got a gun with a perfectly good firing pin. Now turn off that light so I can come out from behind these drapes.
Okay.
Now stay where you are until I switch on this lamp.
Just as you say.
All right, sit down.
How'd you get in here, Kramer?
Through that fire escape window?
Oh.
Now, listen, Waring, I got to talk to you. You've got to help me.
You must be out of your mind.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were right. I was crazy to do what I did.
You mean break out of jail?
No, break in.
What are you raving about?
I wanted them to send me to Sing Sing because there was a man named Bailey there that I thought was responsible for my father's suicide.
So that's why you tried that phony holdup at the Revere Express Company, huh?
Yeah. When I got to the pen, it was the wrong guy. I realized how ridiculous the whole idea was.
I could have told you that in the first place.
What am I going to do, Mike?
Why'd you crash out?
I told you I wanted to see you.
You could have sent me a letter.
I was rattled. I didn't think of it.
Well, you got to give yourself up.
No.
Look, it's your only chance, Kramer. Fortunately, that guard you slugged wasn't badly hurt.
What do you think they'll do to me?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But I'd gamble you won't even have to serve out your original sentence, providing...
Providing what?
We take Logan back with us.
No, I won't rat on him.
Don't be a fool, Kramer. Logan's dangerous. You got a record as long as you're armed. Now, don't be a chump. If the positions were reversed, he'd sell you out in 5 minutes. Now, what do you say?
Okay, Waring. Call a cab. I'll take you to him.
All right, Marty. Where is he?
Next floor.
Whose place is it?
Belongs to Logan. He owns the building.
Oh, that's pretty convenient. Does he know you went to see me?
No. I told him I was going to get some grub. Hold it.
This it?
Yeah. You better let me go in first. I'll give you the high sign when it's okay for you to come in.
Right.
Logan? Logan, I'm back. Hey, Logan, where'd the... Waring!
Yeah? What's the matter? What's the trouble? Oh, never mind. I see him.
He isn't moving.
A few people do when they're dead. All right, Kramer, what do you got to say for yourself?
The whole story. Now, what am I going to do?
First, you're going to get a grip on yourself. You're absolutely no help to me this way. Now, come on, help me turn him over.
No, I can't touch him.
Oh, you're the man who's going to kill for revenge.
Well, I didn't know they looked like this.
What did you expect? Well, judging by the signs, I'd say Logan got it around 9:45. Where were you at that time?
Waiting for you in your apartment.
Oh.
Look, Mike, how will this affect my chances on the appeal?
Not a bit if everything you say stands up. Cops couldn't possibly hang this on you.
Well, they could try.
You got a motive?
No, but...
There are no buts about it. Especially if we can deliver the right party to them. Now, when you left Logan to go to my place, did he say anything about expecting anyone?
No.
Well, somebody must have known he was here. Someone who had a key to this dive. Now, who could that be?
I don't know.
Now, come on, Kramer. You must have heard Logan mention some name.
No, I tell you. All he ever told me was he had a girl in Jersey.
Remember her name?
No.
You've got to.
He only mentioned her once or twice.
Oh, for Pete's sake, man, think. Your life may depend on it.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it was Martha. Martha Pierce.
Phil Hernandez girl?
Who's he?
Big gambler in town.
Yeah, I think you're right. Logan told me this Martha dame sold him out to one of his competitors.
All right, Kramer, you stay here. I'll be back as fast as I can.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Sounds like Kramer gave Mike a lead to the killer, doesn't it? Right now, though, I'd like to give you a lead to 9 kinds of wonderful eating. That's right, I said 9. Because I'm talking about the delicious Kraft cheese spreads that come in 9 grand varieties. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, Kraft relish spread, and Kraft olive pimento cheese spread. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft cheese and bacon spread, Roca brand cheese spread, and hearty Kraft Limburger cheese spread. They're all delicious, all wholesome dairy products, and all so handy for making quick, easy snacks and sandwiches. Always keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 30 minutes have passed since the discovery of the body of George Logan by Mike Waring and Marty Kramer. And now, as we find the Falcon, he's knocking at the door of his first lead.
Yes,
Martha Pierce?
that's right.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all, honey. But if you're going to show me your brushes, you might as well come in.
Well, thanks. I'm afraid I left my sample case at home.
What's your name, handsome?
Mike Waring?
I think I've heard that somewhere before.
Could be. I'm a private detective, Miss Pierce.
My friends call me Martha.
Well, I'll bet you've got 1,000 of them.
Listen, Mr. Waring...
No, I'm sorry. I take it back. You couldn't have more than 999.
What's that supposed to mean?
You just lost one of your best.
Who?
George Logan.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yes, he's dead.
Poor Logan. I knew the excitement of breaking out would be too much for him. He had a bad heart.
Yes, well, that knife someone stuck in his back didn't help matters any either. Incidentally, where can I find Philip Hernandez?
You're wasting your time, honey. He isn't in New York. He took the midnight plane to Chicago.
Well, that must make it awfully dull for you. How have you been keeping yourself occupied?
Now, come, Mr. Waring. Surely you don't suspect me of killing Logan.
No, of course not. I was just curious, that's all.
Well, when Phil told me about the news flash he heard about Logan breaking out, I thought it called for a celebration. So I went to the Hawk Club.
Where undoubtedly you were seen by 100 different people.
At the very least.
Well, that makes a very handsome alibi, Martha.
I'm glad you like it.
All right, Angel, I'll be seeing you.
Oh, must you go?
Yes, but don't worry, I'll be back. And it may be sooner than you think.
Who's there?
It's all right, Kramer. It's only me, Mike Waring.
Oh, just a second. How'd you make out, Waring?
I didn't.
You couldn't get a thing out of her?
No. Our girlfriend Martha's got an alibi. Claims she spent the entire evening at the Hawk Club.
Well?
Well, I was down there, and everyone bears her out.
It must have been her new boyfriend who killed Logan.
No, I'm much more inclined to suspect it was her old one.
Who?
You.
I don't understand.
Oh, sure you do. You're a pretty smart boy, Kramer. That was a beautiful plan you worked out to get Logan.
What are you talking about?
You went up to Sing Sing to find somebody, only his name wasn't Bailey, it was Logan. That business of your old man's suicide was so much tripe. Logan took Martha away from you, and that's why you had it in for him.
You got rocks in your head. If Logan was the one I was after, why didn't I kill him when we were in the same cell?
Because you were sure to go to the chair. This way you felt confident you'd get away with it. The authorities up there thought Bailey was the one you were after. As far as they knew, you had no connection with Logan. It was just a coincidence that you broke out together and someone killed him. Now, you played it very smart, Kramer.
Obviously, it wasn't smart enough. You caught on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. Sometimes the fates conspire against you. You see, you broke out a stir at 8:30. So the news of the break wasn't released over the air until 2 hours later. The first flash came at 10:30.
Well,
Logan was murdered at 9:45. 3/4 of an hour before either Martha or Phil Hernandez could possibly have known he escaped. That's where your frame fell down. It's too bad you made that mistake.
We can't all be as clever as you, Waring. Speaking of boners, you made a pretty bad one yourself.
I don't see where.
You shouldn't have come back here.
Why not?
You forget that I still have this gun.
Oh, no, I haven't. Sergeant?
What?
Hiya, Kramer. Don't bother turning around. Just drop the rod. Come on, drop it.
Well, did you hear enough, Sergeant?
Plenty. Okay, Kramer, let's be moving.
I'll make this up to you, Waring.
Oh, don't bother.
No, I owe you plenty.
You don't owe me a thing, friend. After all, if it hadn't been for you, I never would have met Martha.
What?
Mm-hmm. Take him away, Sergeant. I have work to do.
This is the season for hearty breakfasts, hot cakes, hot toast, hot rolls, waffles, and the spread that adds extra goodness to every bite is Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. The case of the substitute target. The Case of the Substitute Target. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that just because a fella has a head on his shoulders is no sign he's going to be able to keep it there. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear Martha Ray and Jimmy Durante on The Big Show today on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
This story is top secret. Top Secret, starring lovely Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Geza, in transcribed stories of intrigue and espionage set in 1950s war of ideas and ideologies. Tonight, The Document, a story of danger and blackmail, a story labeled Top Secret.
Assignment 15 began with the theft of a document of immense importance. It began with my doing something I had no right to do. It began with a telephone ringing in a strange house. I was sitting in Harrison Arden's den in his vast house on Fifth Avenue, New York. It was a small room, but all around me were the signs of great wealth. A hand-carved desk, oil paintings, softly lit. The telephone stopped ringing. I realized it had been answered somewhere else in the great house. And then I got one of those hunches. I had a feeling that this phone call was important, that it would give me a clue to the theft of the document. For a moment I hesitated. It is not difficult for people having a telephone conversation to tell when an extension has been lifted. But I had to risk it. I had to find out what was going on in this magnificent house. Gingerly, I lifted the receiver and listened.
Going to wait any longer, Jimmy? You don't have to. I got it. You're sure? Yes, I'm sure. Well, bring it to the club tonight. I'll give you the letter. What's the address again? The Cheerio Club on 51st between Madison and Park. I'll be there in an hour. And Adele. Yes, Jimmy. Don't phone here again. This is the end of it, you understand? It's finished. Good night, Jimmy. Adele. Hello?
The Jimmy was Harrison Osborne's son. I sat there with my mind in a whirl trying to put together the conversation I had overheard. I had met Harrison Arden twice before. I remembered him as a strong, quiet man. As president of Arden Oil, he was listed as the third richest man in the United States. I sat in the little den, waiting for him and wondering.
My dear Baroness, I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting so long.
No, don't apologize, Mr. Arden. I realize you're very busy.
Intelligence is assigned you to the case.
Yes.
What do you want to know?
I'd like you to tell me the story from the beginning, please.
The document is immensely important. It's virtually a secret treaty with Iran.
Yes.
The Arden Oil Company is leasing and developing certain oil fields in Persia for the United States. Only 4 copies of the agreement were made. The Shah of Iran has 1, his finance minister has a 2nd, the State Department has the 3rd, and until 24 hours ago, I had the 4th.
Where did you keep it?
In a wall safe, behind that painting.
A document like this in a wall safe?
Well, it seemed a reasonably secure place.
When was it stolen?
24 hours ago.
Besides you, who has the combination of that safe?
No one.
Who else lives in this house?
My son James and 5 servants.
Would your son have an opportunity to guess the combination of that safe?
Baroness, are you suggesting...
It is my business to suspect everybody.
My son will someday inherit an empire of oil, a capital investment that runs into the billions. He has never done a dishonest thing in his life.
I'm sure he hasn't. Tell me, to whom would a copy of this treaty be the most use?
Russia.
Why?
That I cannot tell you. It's one of those things the public never hears about yet, which finally affects the lives of every single one of us.
Hello, Dad. Sorry to interrupt. Thought I'd say good night.
Dear boy, you couldn't possibly interrupt. Baroness, my son James. Baroness Gazer.
How do you do?
How do you do?
We were supposed to have met once at a party Lady Mendel gave.
Yes.
Yeah, then I had a polo accident and couldn't go.
I'm sorry.
How do you feel, Dad?
Better, much better.
You get to bed early now.
Yes.
You promised?
Yes, I promise. Now run along. By the way, where are you going?
Well, Marjorie and Irene called me madam.
Well, you have a good time.
Good night, Baroness. I'm very pleased to have met you at long last. Don't keep Dad up too late now.
I won't.
I'll be home right after the theater, Dad. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
You wonder that I'm proud of him, Baroness?
Of course I don't.
Now, where were we?
What did the document look like?
It was in a sealed envelope written on 4 pages of 8x12 paper. Arden Oil letterhead. I touched it myself.
Mm-hmm.
Only 3 people in this country have seen it. The President, one of his confidential assistants, and I.
In a sealed envelope?
It is absolutely top secret.
Mr. Arden, I think I can promise you the document back. You see, I know who took it. Why had James Arden lied to his father about where he was spending the evening? I had heard him arrange to meet a man at the Cheerio Club on 51st Street. Why did he say he was going to the theater? People lie about little things, only when little things are important. I left the Arden house on 5th Avenue and took a cab to the Cheerio Club. I pretended not to notice James Arden until after I had sat down beside him at the bar.
Baroness, are you following me?
Why, hello. I didn't notice you.
Didn't you?
No. How extraordinary to meet you like this.
Yes, isn't it?
May I have a drink, please?
Certainly.
Scotch and water.
Bartender, scotch and water here, please.
Yes, Mr. Arden.
Are you working for Dad?
No, but he's advising me on some investments.
Oh, he ought to know.
I think so.
You're sure it's investment?
Positive.
Here's the scotch and water, Mr. Arden.
Oh, no, it's for me. Thank you.
Oh, and bartender, will you change this, please? 5.10 will be fine. Change for 50. Yes, sir.
I understand you've had quite a career.
Really?
Yes, I've heard a lot about you.
From whom?
People.
What do they say?
You have a reputation for being a very wild young man.
Don't pay any attention to gossip, Baroness.
I don't, only facts. You were involved in the Bolton case, weren't you?
Look here, what are you up to?
Shirley Bolton, a singer, was murdered. I believe she sang here, didn't she? One of New York's unsolved crimes.
Here's your change, Mr. Arden. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, thanks. You're welcome, Mr. Arden. Baroness, you seem like a pleasant, reasonable sort of person. Let me give you a little advice.
Certainly.
Mind your business. Mind it a lot.
Is that a threat?
Why, not at all. Just advice, good advice. And now will you excuse me a moment? It was pleasant seeing you.
I'm not in a hurry, Mr. Arden.
Come in. Hello, Jimmy. I've been expecting you.
I'll bet you have.
Did you get it?
Yes.
Still sealed?
Yes.
Your father knows?
I think he does.
Give it to me.
Give me the letter first.
Don't you trust me?
Don't try anything funny, Vandell. A bargain's a bargain. Give it to me now.
All right. Here. Interesting reading, isn't it?
Just remember there are limits. This is finished, you understand? If you try it again, I'll kill you.
Oh, don't be dramatic, Jimmy. You won't kill anybody. You haven't the nerve. Now give me the document. Thanks.
Now, there's no need for any further communication between us again, ever.
Just one more thing.
Yes?
You said your father knew the document was gone.
I said I thought he knew.
What will he do?
I don't know. I think there's a woman at the bar who's either in the FBI or an intelligence or a private detective.
With you?
I bought her a drink.
Take her home.
Listen, Vandell, I'm through taking orders from you. I've got the letter back. You've got what you wanted. The Bolton case is now permanently closed. Now shut up and lay off and stay away from me.
I was afraid you'd deserted me.
Were you? A bartender, check, please.
Yes, Mr. Arden.
I'm going to the theater. It's been pleasant chatting with you.
Thank you.
May I call you sometime?
Certainly.
Check, Mr. Arden.
Oh, thanks. Here you are.
Thank you, Mr. Arden.
As it happens, I am going to the theater, too. Would you mind dropping me off?
Baroness, you lied your way into this list, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You're not going to the theater at all, are you? In fact, I don't think... Are you crazy?
You are not going to the theater either.
Put that gun away. Are you out of your mind?
Drive to my apartment, Park Avenue and 73rd.
Who the devil do you think you are, and what in place...
Miss Arden, there are two things you can do. You can do as I ask or get shot. I have a license to carry this gun. I can tear my dress, muff my hair, rip off my necklace, scream and shoot. I will say for self-defense that you attacked me in your car. If you don't think I'll get away with it, you're crazy. Well, Mr. Arden.
Okay. You win. All right, Baronet, you've got me up here at the point of a gun. What do we do next?
Your billfold. Give it to me.
What?
Your wallet.
Is this armed robbery?
Look, Mr. Arden, I'm in business. I saw you change a $50 bill in the bar.
So what?
Then you left the bar and came back. And you got your wallet out again to pay the check. There was a piece of paper in it. A piece of paper that hadn't been there when you changed the 50. Give it to me.
I will not.
Give it to me.
Try and get it.
I want that piece of paper, and I want it now, right now. Otherwise,
you haven't got the nerve to shoot that. You maniac.
Give it to me. Next bullet wants me.
Look, Baronet, believe me, it's nothing.
Give it to me.
Oh. It's all right.
You got this from Art Vandell, didn't you?
No.
You did. When the orchestra finished playing, you got up and left the bar. Art Vandell is the orchestra leader. You talked to him.
Look, I was in a jam. I was in trouble. I didn't do anything wrong, honestly.
Don't do anything wrong now, Mr. Arden. Just stand still. Dear Shirley, before I let you walk out on me like this, I'll kill you. I've thought about it all night and... Oh. What is this?
Please, give it back to me. It isn't what you think at all.
The Bolton case?
Yes.
You killed her.
No.
This letter was never produced at the trial.
There never was a trial. They had no evidence.
This is evidence.
It isn't. I didn't kill her. It's purely circumstantial.
You'd better talk, Mr. Arden, and talk fast.
I was being blackmailed.
What's this letter?
Yes.
By whom?
Art Vandell over the Bolton case. She used to sing in his band. They found her dead in her apartment one morning. At first they thought it was suicide, and then they decided it wasn't. They never found out who did it. I was going with her and wrote a letter that threatened her. But I didn't kill her. I was in love with her. Vandell found the letter in her personal effects, and he's been blackmailing me ever since. This was the end of it. This was to finish it forever. He gave me the letter back tonight.
In exchange for what?
Money.
You're lying.
I'm not.
If you move once again, I'll kill you. I had experience in these things, and I'm deadly serious. You had a telephone conversation with Vandell tonight. He asked you if you were sure you got it. Yes, on the telephone in your father's den. If it was money, why would he ask if you were sure you got it?
Well, I don't know.
You know money when you see it.
Of course I know money when I see it. It was just a figure of speech, just one of those
things. It wasn't money. It was something else.
No.
An envelope, sealed
No.
envelope, 4 sheets of paper, an Arden oil letter. Oh, for heaven's sake, don't you understand what you are doing? Don't you realize we are living in the most dangerous times the world has ever known?
It was money. I swear it was money.
Oh, you do you?
What are you doing?
Phoning the police.
Oh, no, don't.
Yes, but the Bolton case should be reopened.
Please, don't.
Don't move, Mr. Arden. If you force me to shoot again,
Don't phone the police, please. All right. I took it.
And give it to Vandal.
Yes.
Why did you want it?
He's in the oil business.
Art Vandal was born in Sofia. He was arrested as a spy 8 months ago, but was released for lack of evidence. You have given a foreign agent a top-secret document, which is the property of the U.S. State Department. Do you know what that is?
I had to. They could arrest me. Maybe they could even electrocute me. Don't you know what it's like to be suspected for murder? Maybe to be convicted when you didn't do it? I didn't kill her. I didn't.
Which charge do you think is the more serious?
What do you mean?
Murder or treason?
There's something you want, madam?
Yes. Will you tell Mr. Vandal that Baroness Karen Gazer would like to speak to him?
I'm sorry, but Mr. Vandal has left for the evening.
Left? You mean he's not here?
He was suddenly taken ill. He went home.
Well, what is his home address?
I'm sorry I'm not allowed to give out that information.
I assure you, Mr. Vandal will be glad to see me. Very glad.
I'm sorry, but...
would $20 help?
Well,
Besides, Mr. Vandal will be delighted to see me.
918 East 64th Street.
Operator, I'm still waiting for Northport 4123. Or will you ring them again, please? No, I'll hold on. Hello, Carl. I got it. Yes, from young Jim Arden. I'll bring it up to Northport right now. When's the next train? Where'll I write it down? Northport, 12:14. That's, Penn Station, isn't it? Right. Will you meet me? Well, if you're not there when the train pulls in, I'll wait in the parking lot. Okay. Bye.
I took a cab to Vandal's apartment on 64th Street. It was a good address, but not lavish. He lived on the 3rd floor. The hall was heavily carpeted and empty. With one hand on the gun in my pocket, I rang the doorbell. The seconds dragged by. This whole operation was wrong. I was using blitz methods when quietness was needed. But the situation was desperate.
I became even more desperate when I realized Vandal was not at home. Every spy thought such things as lockpicking, and I had in my bag a small kit that properly used would open almost any door. The hall was well lighted, so I had to work fast. It was still early in the evening. Any one of those doors in the hall might open at any minute. Vandal's lock was stubborn. After what seemed an eternity, I felt the lock slip down and the door opened. There was a light switch just inside. And now I began what I had been taught to do so well, search. The obvious place was the desk in the living room. I went through the papers. There were a lot of them. Bills, circulars, letters. I knew Vandal was a spy, so anything that looked important I stuffed into my bag. And then I saw it. It was an ordinary telephone pad, thick and chunky. It was directly underneath a lamp, and I could just make out the imprint of some writing. The paper was thin, and on the sheet above, someone had written, Northport 1214, Penn Station. I looked up the Long Island Railroad in the telephone book. Long Island Railroad information, train and ticket, Penn Station. When is the next train for Northport, please?
Northport?
Yes.
That's the Port Jefferson train, 12:14.
Thank you.
Henderson.
Jerry, it's Karen.
Yes, Karen.
I'm working on the Arden case. Can you meet me in Grand Station at 5 after 12?
Where are we going?
They are taking the train to Northport at 12:14.
Right.
Meet me at the usual place. And Jerry.
Yes?
Bring a gun. You may need it.
What do you want me to do, Karen?
There is a man on this train named Vandell, Art Vandell. Do you know him?
He was the one we picked up last January?
Yes.
Yes, I know it. Testified at his trial. We knew he was a spy, but didn't have enough on him to put him away.
We will this time.
Has he got the Arden Oil agreement?
Yes.
Look, why don't I have the conductor phone ahead to Northport? Have the police picked up Vandell when he gets off the train?
No, that's not good.
Why not?
The terms of the treaty with Iran are absolutely top secret. If he has read the treaty, he has to die. Now, tonight.
Why?
Because he'll talk. If the terms of the treaty are made public, Iran will break things off.
Maybe Vandell has talked already.
I doubt it. I don't think he's had a chance to talk to anyone. Besides, I think he's a long way from being the boss. He's working for somebody bigger, much bigger.
You're sure he's on the train?
No. That's what we've got to find out. I tell you what, you work towards the engine and I'll work towards the back.
Right. And what do I do if I see him?
Nothing. If you see him come back to this seat, I'll do the same.
I'll get started.
If you see him, don't speak to him. Just meet me back at this seat in 10 minutes.
Right. Hey, excuse me.
Tickets, please. Your tickets, sir.
Oh, yes. Sure, Conductor.
Tickets, all seats, please.
Don't move, Henderson.
Vandell.
I saw you get on the train. Open that door.
Look, Vandell, you're not going to get away with it. We know what you're up to and what you've got. You'll get off easier.
Open that door. Hurry up. Open it.
Supposing I won't?
You want it in the face of the stomach. Open it. Good. Now out you go.
Vandell, for heaven's sake, use your...
That takes care of Mr. Henderson.
I walked through to the end of the train, then returned to my seat. I didn't see Vandell. After 10 minutes had passed, and Jerry Henderson didn't return, I walked through to the other end of the train to look for him. He had vanished. There was no trace of either he or Vandell. And then the train was pulling into Northport.
Northport! Northport!
I was at the door before the train stopped, and the first one off. I stood on the platform watching for Jerry Henderson, watching for Vandell. 6 people got off. A young couple with a sleepy youngster, an older man and woman, and then Vandell. I knew that this was the moment. I knew that within the next 2 minutes, I would either win or lose. Vandell stood on the platform for a moment as though he was expecting to be met. I pressed myself against the station wall, praying that whoever was meeting him would be late. And then, suddenly, he turned and walked across to the parking lot, where there were several cars parked, crouching like black beetles in the night. The parking lot would be the place. I hurried after him, silently praying that if he was being met, whoever was meeting him would be late. At the end of the lot, he stopped and looked out towards the half-dozen cars parked in the darkness. With my gun clutched tightly in my hand, I waited until I was right behind him. Then, with all my strength, I hit him. He fell forward in his face. I had to turn him over to search his clothes. In the inside pocket of his coat, I found it was still sealed in the envelope. Still unopened. Still top secret.
Vandell, I can't. There isn't another copy of it.
Your father can get one.
No, he can't. I tell
Listen,
you.
Jimmy. I was mugged last night at the Northport station. The document was taken. I think it was a woman. She'll bring it back to your father, and I'm going to be here.
Vandell, you promised. You gave me the letter. You've got no proof now. Why can't you leave me alone?
I've got 3 photostats of the letter you wrote Shirley Bolton.
You what?
Photostats, 3 of them.
Vandell, you can't do this. Please.
Can't I?
I'll get it back. I'll do anything.
They'll get you for it, Jimmy. They'll put you in that black steel chair, put electrodes around your legs and around your head.
But I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her. I loved her. I was going to marry her.
I don't think a jury will believe you.
I'll get it back. Honestly, I'll get it back.
You know this woman?
Yes, she's working for Dad.
I think you'd better wake your father up.
Listen, Vandell, she's coming here for lunch today. She'll bring it. I know she will. Now, please go. I'll get it for you. I promise I will. I'll do anything you say. Just get out of this house.
All right. But I'll expect you to bring the document to my apartment right after lunch. Remember, right after lunch.
Is your father in?
Oh, hello, Baroness. Come in.
Thank you.
In here, please.
I'm sorry if I'm a little early.
Well, that's all right. Dad will be down in a moment. After you.
Thank you.
Have you got it?
Yes.
Give it to me.
Oh, for heaven's sake, you're not going to start that again.
Listen, Baroness, I haven't much time. Art Vandell made 3 photostats of the letter I wrote to Shirley Bolton. He hates me and he can send me to the chair. Well, I'm not going. I don't care now if it gets into the papers. If there's a scandal. I'm just not going to die for a murder I didn't commit.
You don't have to.
I what?
Art Vandell hasn't got photostats of that letter.
What are you saying?
I have them.
You have them?
Yes, I stole them from a desk in his apartment last night. I have the 3 photostats and the original.
Give them to me.
Put that gun down.
Give them to me.
I will give them to you when you put the gun down. That's better. Here.
Baroness, I know you don't think much of me, but...
I think you stink. To heaven and back. American boys have been dying in Korea. And you, a spoiled rich man's son, trading an oil treaty of immense value for what?
For my life.
You make me sick. You're weak and no good. And you have no guts and no brains.
But I didn't kill her. Art Vandell killed her. I had to do this. I
have only one more thing to say. God help the Arden Oil Company if you ever run it.
He was
Dad.
Mr. Arden.
I've been listening to this conversation. You were shouting so I couldn't help but
Dad, be quiet. Dad, you've got to listen to me. Art Vandell had a letter that would have sent me to the chair.
I know that.
Maybe I shouldn't have done it. But I was afraid. I was so afraid I couldn't eat or sleep or anything.
So you stole from your own father.
Well, what would you have done?
I'll show you in a moment. Baroness.
Yes, Mr. Arden.
Did you get the treaty back?
Yes, I did.
Have you got it with you?
Yes. Here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish my son had your courage, your integrity. It appears that he hasn't. It appears that he never will. This is a great, great disappointment to me. In fact, I've nothing more to live for.
Dad, listen, please, listen.
Will you keep quiet? You're yellow and you're no good. You're not fit for anything except horses and women. Well, you can have them, all you want of them. But that's all you'll have. You won't have the business and you won't have me.
Mr. Arden, I do not wish to intrude on your personal affairs, but I will have to report the discovery of this letter to the proper authorities.
My son did not kill Shirley Bolton. I killed her.
Mr. Arden, what are you saying?
Yeah, I told you to keep quiet. Until I leave this house, you'll do as I say. Yes, Baroness. It's extremely easy. She was vulgar and cheap and no good. I believed she would ruin my son's life. I planned it very carefully and went to her apartment one night and tried to buy her off. She threw me out and I shot her.
Mr. Arden, I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything. You prevented an international disaster. And you've saved an empire of oil from a bum.
Dad, what are you going to do?
You wouldn't understand what I'm going to do. Nothing worse could happen to me than has happened to me this morning. I've learned that my son is... Hello. Operator, get me the police department. I don't feel like dialing it. I want to confess to a murder.
just heard Top Secret, starring Ilona Massey. Written, directed, and produced by Harry W. Johnson. Here is Miss Massey to tell you about next week's Top Secret.
Next week, a story of the strange fascination of the Orient, woven into a horrible pattern of intrigue and terror. A story of the teeming mystery of Shanghai, the most fabulous city on earth. A story that is Top Secret.
Heard in support of Miss Massey tonight was Jimmy Monks as James Arthur. Others in the cast were Horace Brown, Ralph Bell, Donald Bucher, and Cliff Owen. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. And this is Lionel Rico speaking. Top secret stories are fictional, and any similarity to persons living or dead is coincidental. Stay tuned for Herbert Marshall in A Man Called X on NBC.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.